This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened to my family and me back in the summer of 2011. I've never been able to make sense of it, and I'm honestly not sure I want to. Some things are just better left unexplained, I guess. But it's been eating at me for years now, and I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It was supposed to be just a normal family camping trip. My dad Robert had planned it months in advance, a weekend getaway with the extended family at this campsite in rural England. Nothing fancy, just tents, campfires, and hopefully decent weather. I was 19 then, home from my first year at university, and my little sister Emma was 15. Our stepmom Sarah was coming too. Plus my Uncle Michael and my grandmother Edith were driving separately to meet us there. The morning started like any other trip. Dad was stressing out about getting everything packed in the car. Sarah was making sandwiches for the road. Emma was complaining about having no cell service where we were going, and I was just trying to stay out of everyone's way. We finally managed to get on the road around 10 a.m. I remember looking at the dashboard clock when we pulled out of the driveway, because Dad made this big deal about us being right on schedule for once. The first couple hours of the drive were completely normal. Emma had her headphones in, I was flipping through a magazine, and Dad and Sarah were chatting about work stuff in the front. We were about halfway to the campsite when Dad's phone rang. He put it on speaker, and it was Uncle Michael. "Hey Rob, just calling to let you know Mom and I are about to head out. You guys still on track?" Dad glanced at the GPS. "Yeah, we're making good time. Should be there in another 2 hours or so." "Great. We'll probably arrive around 3 hours after you then," Michael said. "See you there." About 15 minutes later, my grandmother called to basically say the same thing. She sounded excited about the trip and mentioned she'd brought her famous potato salad that everyone loves. Just normal, everyday stuff. The countryside was pretty scenic, I'll give it that. Rolling hills, occasional farms, that sort of thing. Emma and I both started getting bored though, so I asked Dad if I could change the radio station. The one he had on was playing some 80s rock countdown that wasn't doing it for me. "Go ahead," he said, "but find something we can all agree on." I remember fiddling with the radio for a bit, trying to find a decent station. We were passing through this area with spotty reception, so it was mostly static. Then we approached this tunnel. Nothing massive, just one of those old stone tunnels that cut through a hillside. The radio completely cut out as we entered. The tunnel wasn't particularly long, maybe 30 seconds to drive through it at most. It was one of those older tunnels with dim orange lighting along the sides. Nothing special or unusual about it. Emma was complaining about her ears popping, and Sarah was saying something about how she always hated tunnels. And then we came out the other side. That's when everything changed. The moment we emerged from the tunnel, Dad's phone started ringing. He answered and put it on speaker again. "Hello," he said. "Robert?" It was my grandmother Edith, but her voice sounded different, worried, almost frantic. "Thank goodness. We've been trying to reach you for hours. Where are you?" Dad laughed, clearly confused. "What do you mean, Mom? We just talked a little while ago. We're still on our way to the campsite." There was a pause on the other end. "Robert, that was nearly 4 hours ago. Michael and I arrived at the campsite over 2 hours ago. We've been calling and calling, but it kept going straight to voicemail. We were about to call the police." Dad glanced at Sarah, who looked as confused as he did. "Mom, that's impossible. We just spoke to you maybe 20 minutes ago. You were just leaving your house." "No, dear," my grandmother insisted. "We left at 11:30 this morning, just like we told you we would. It's nearly 5:30 now." I felt this weird chill run through me. I looked at the clock on the radio. It read 5:27 p.m. "That's not right," I said, pulling out my phone. But my phone showed the same time, 5:27 p.m. Dad was still arguing with my grandmother. "Mom, I don't understand. We entered the tunnel just a minute ago, and it was around 1:30. Sarah suddenly grabbed Dad's arm. "Robert," she said quietly, pointing at the dashboard clock. "Look." The car fell silent. Even Emma pulled her headphones off, sensing something was wrong. I don't understand," Dad finally said to my grandmother. "We'll be there soon, okay? We'll talk when we arrive." After he hung up, nobody spoke for a full minute. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the radio, which had somehow tuned itself to a classical music station I didn't remember selecting. "Dad, what happened?" Emma finally asked, her voice small. I could tell she was scared, and honestly, so was I. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation," Dad said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "Maybe the time changed when we were adjusting the radio, or maybe Mom and Michael are playing some kind of weird joke on us." Sarah was already checking her phone. "Robert, it's definitely 5:30. Look, I have 3 missed calls from your mother and 2 from Michael. The first one came in at 3:15. "That's impossible," Dad muttered. "We would have heard the phone ring." "Check your phone," Sarah told him. When we stopped at the next gas station, Dad pulled out his phone. Sure enough, he had multiple missed calls too, all coming in during the time we apparently lost, and his phone was showing the correct time, nearly 5:45 p.m. by then. I checked my own phone and found a text from my friend Jack, sent at 3:20 p.m., asking if I wanted to go to a concert next weekend. I had no memory of receiving it, no notification, nothing. "Maybe we all fell asleep," Emma suggested, but that made no sense. All 4 of us simultaneously while Dad was driving, and none of us had any memory of being tired or nodding off. "Let's just get to the campsite," Dad said firmly. "We'll figure this out later." The rest of the drive was tense. Nobody spoke much. I kept checking my phone every few minutes, watching as the time continued to advance normally. It was like those 4 hours had just vanished for us, but the rest of the world had kept going. We arrived at the campsite around 6:30 p.m. Uncle Michael and Grandma Edith were already set up, their tents pitched, a campfire going. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the field. "There you are," Michael called out as we pulled up. We were starting to get worried. When we got out of the car, I noticed how stiff my body felt, like I had been sitting for much longer than I remembered. My legs were cramped, and I was suddenly starving, as if I hadn't eaten for hours, which, according to the clock, I hadn't. Dad pulled Michael aside while Sarah, Emma, and I started unloading the car. I could hear snippets of their conversation. "Just don't understand it, Mike. We entered that tunnel, and it was around 1:30. "That's not possible, Rob. We spoke at 11:45, and you said you were halfway there. That would put you arriving around 2, not 6:30. "I know what time it was. Did you all fall asleep or something? 4 people don't just fall asleep in a car at the same time." Eventually they dropped it. We had dinner around the campfire, and nobody brought it up again that night. It was like this unspoken agreement to pretend nothing strange had happened. But I could see it in everyone's eyes. We were all thinking about it. The next morning, I overheard Dad and Grandma Edith talking by the breakfast area. I don't know, Mom. It's like we lost 4 hours somehow. Robert, you know how time seems to fly when you're driving sometimes. You probably just lost track. All four of us? At the exact same time? Emma and I talked about it once during the trip, when we were collecting firewood. Jason, what do you think happened yesterday? She asked me, her voice low like she was afraid someone would hear. I don't know, Em. It doesn't make any sense. Do you think it was like aliens or something? She was trying to joke, but I could tell she was genuinely scared. No, of course not, I said, even though the thought had crossed my mind. It was probably just, I don't know, some weird glitch in time or something. That's not a real thing. Yeah, well, neither is 4 hours disappearing in the blink of an eye, but here we are. We've barely talked about it in the years since. Every once in a while, someone will make a reference to that weird thing that happened on the way to the campsite. But we never discuss it in detail. It's like we're all afraid to acknowledge it fully. Dad has his theories. He's always been into sci-fi stuff, so he talks about time vortexes or some nonsense. He even suggested once, after a few beers at a family barbecue years later, that maybe we were abducted by aliens and they erased our memories but messed up the timing when they returned us. Sarah is more practical. She thinks we all somehow misremembered the time or experienced some kind of mass delusion. Me? I don't know what to think. All I know is that on a perfectly normal summer day in 2011, my family and I lost 4 hours of our lives in what felt like the blink of an eye. We entered a tunnel at 1:30 p.m. and emerged at 5:30 p.m. with no memory of that time passing. No drowsiness, no memory gaps, nothing. I've driven through that same tunnel several times since then, always half expecting it to happen again. It never has. I've researched similar experiences online and found a few accounts that sound vaguely similar. People who claim to have experienced time slips or moments where time seemed to behave strangely. But nothing quite matches what happened to us. Sometimes I wonder if there's a version of me out there somewhere who experienced those 4 hours. If maybe we split off into parallel universes or something crazy like that. Or maybe there's a simple explanation that we're all missing. I don't know. All I know is that I can't explain what happened that day. None of us can. And that uncertainty, that feeling that something impossible happened to us that defies all logical explanation, that's what still keeps me up at night sometimes, staring at the ceiling, wondering what really happened in that tunnel. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family before. I'm not sure why I'm sharing it now. Maybe I'm hoping someone else out there has experienced something similar and can help make sense of it. Or maybe I just needed to get it off my chest after all these years. Either way, I can tell you this. I always check the time before entering a tunnel now. Always. I'm freaking out and I need to tell someone. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if something is seriously wrong with reality. My glasses literally changed color and appearance 2 days ago, and I have proof that something impossible has happened. I bought these bright blue glasses from Walmart back in 2018. I specifically remember picking them because I was going through this blue phase where everything I owned was blue, my Vans, my purse, even my phone case. These glasses were entirely bright blue, the frames, the temples, the side parts, everything. Not subtle either. We're talking electric blue plastic frames that stood out. I loved them because they matched my style perfectly. I wore them every single day for years. Years. I took countless selfies in them. My friends and family all knew me by these bright blue glasses. They were kind of my signature look. I'm not exaggerating when I say I've probably worn them over 1,000 days of my life. Fast forward to having my daughter last year. I'm 32 now, and I started feeling like maybe the bright blue frames were a bit childish. I still wore them daily because, well, they worked and I'm too busy with a toddler and a new baby to go glasses shopping. But I did stop taking as many photos of myself in them. Then, 2 days ago, I was driving home from Target, just a normal Tuesday afternoon. I glanced in my rearview mirror to check on my daughter in the back seat, and I noticed something weird about my reflection. My glasses looked different. I actually pulled over in a gas station parking lot because I was so confused. I took them off and stared at them. The front part of the frames, the part around the lenses, was black. Not blue, black. Only the temples, the parts that go over your ears, were still blue. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes just turning them over in my hands, completely freaked out. This might sound dramatic, but I literally felt sick to my stomach. These were not the glasses I've been wearing for years. I would never have bought black and blue glasses. Never. The whole point was that they were completely blue to match my blue aesthetic. I thought maybe I was remembering wrong. Maybe I'd gotten new glasses and forgotten. But no, I haven't been to an optometrist since before COVID. These were my only glasses except for an old emergency pair I keep in my nightstand. So I started reaching out to people. First, I texted my husband Daniel, "Hey, what color are my glasses?" trying to be casual. He responded, "Blue and black. Why?" My heart started pounding. I texted back, "Is this some kind of joke? Did you switch them out as a prank or something?" "No, they've always been blue and black. Are you okay?" I called my mom next. "Caroline has seen me wearing these glasses hundreds of times." "Mom, quick question. What color are my glasses? The ones I wear every day." "They're blue. Why are you asking?" I felt a flood of relief. "So they're all blue, right? The whole frame?" There was a pause. "Well, no. They're black in the front with blue sides. But I always think of them as your blue glasses. What's going on?" I tried to explain what was happening, and she got confused. "Emma, I could have sworn they were all blue, too. I even remember thinking you bought children's frames because they were so bright." This is where things get even weirder. I called my mother-in-law, Patricia, who initially said they were blue. Then I pressed her on the details, and she corrected herself. "Oh, you mean the black ones with blue sides?" I felt like I was in some kind of nightmare. I called my best friend Jessica, who I've known since middle school. Jessica and I lived together briefly in 2018 when I first got these glasses. "Jess, you remember my blue glasses, right? The ones I got at Walmart when we lived together?" "Yeah, of course. You left them at my apartment once, and I had to drop them off at your work, remember?" "What color are they?" "Blue. Bright blue. Those ridiculous blue frames you love so much." I nearly cried with relief. "So they're all blue, right? Not black and blue?" "No, they're definitely all blue. I remember because they matched those blue Vans you used to wear all the time." But here's the truly terrifying part. I went through my photos, all of them. Instagram, Facebook, my phone gallery. In every single photo dating back to 2018, my glasses are black with blue sides. Every single one. I found a selfie from the day I bought them. Black front, blue sides. I've been staring at these photos for hours, and I feel like I'm losing my mind. Those are not the glasses I bought. Those are not the glasses I've been wearing. I remember clear as day that they were bright blue all over. I showed Jessica the photos and she was as confused as I was. That's weird. I could have sworn they were all blue. Maybe I'm remembering wrong? My little sister Olivia said something that chilled me to the bone. Your old ones were all blue, but your new ones are black and blue. I never bought new glasses. Never. Even my sister-in-law Tara, who I only met 2 years ago, agreed that something seemed different about my glasses, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I've spent the last 2 days in a complete panic, questioning everything I know to be true. Did I somehow slide into a parallel universe where my glasses were always black and blue? Did reality itself change? Am I having some kind of breakdown? I'm not on any medications. I don't do drugs. I sleep fine. Well, as fine as you can with a baby. I've never had mental health issues. I don't have a history of memory problems. Yesterday, I went to Walmart and walked through the Vision Center, hoping to find the blue frames I remember. Nothing even remotely similar. I even asked an employee if they remembered selling bright blue adult frames in 2018. They said they couldn't remember that far back. I've been Googling Mandela effect and glitch in the matrix and reading about quantum physics theories. I know how crazy this sounds. If someone else told me this story, I'd think they were confused or making it up. But I know what my glasses look like. I've worn them every single day for years. The most unsettling thing is how everyone seems to have slightly different memories. My husband insists they were always black and blue. My mom thought they were all blue, but now isn't sure. My best friend was positive they were all blue, but doubted herself when she saw the photos. It's like everyone's memories are fuzzy except mine. Last night, I dug out my old emergency glasses from my nightstand drawer. They're just basic black frames, nothing special. I'm wearing them now because looking at the black and blue ones makes me feel sick. Every time I see them, it's like my brain can't process what I'm seeing. They're wrong. They're not my glasses. I've been trying to act normal around my family. I'm still taking care of my kids, still doing laundry and making dinner and all the mundane stuff of life. But inside, I'm screaming. How can something so concrete, so physical just change? How can everyone's memories be different? How can the photos show something that never existed? I keep thinking about all those moments in my life when I was wearing those glasses. My daughter's birth, my son's first steps, countless holidays and birthdays and ordinary days. In my memory, I'm wearing bright blue glasses. But according to photographic evidence and half the people in my life, I was wearing black and blue glasses that I have no recollection of ever purchasing. I tried explaining this to Daniel last night, and he looked at me with this worried expression that made me stop talking. I don't want him to think I'm having some kind of breakdown, but I also need someone to believe me. I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy. I took the black and blue glasses to an optometrist yesterday afternoon, hoping they might have some record of me purchasing them. The receptionist checked my file and said my last visit was in early 2018, which matches when I bought the blue glasses. She couldn't tell me anything about the frames themselves because they don't keep records of which frames customers choose. I even called my credit card company to see if they could pull up my purchase history from Walmart in 2018, but they only keep records for 7 years. And anyway, I probably paid cash because it was only like $80. I've been holding these black and blue glasses in my hands for hours, trying to convince myself that maybe my memory is wrong. But it's not. I know what my glasses looked like. I chose them specifically because they matched my blue aesthetic. They were a conversation starter. People would comment on my bright blue glasses all the time. This morning, I woke up hoping that maybe this was all some weird dream, that my glasses would be blue again, but they're still black and blue. The photos still show black and blue frames. My husband still insists they were always black and blue. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. I can't exactly go to a doctor and say, my glasses changed color, and I think I might be in a parallel universe. They'd probably put me on antipsychotics. For now, I'm just trying to get through each day, taking care of my kids during summer break, wearing my emergency glasses, and trying not to think about the black and blue glasses that are sitting in my drawer. Glasses that shouldn't exist. Glasses that somehow replaced my bright blue ones without anyone noticing except me. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please tell me. I need to know I'm not alone. I need to know that sometimes reality shifts in small but undeniable ways, because the alternative is that I'm losing my mind, and I don't think I can handle that. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last Tuesday. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and I just can't make sense of it. I'm not someone who believes in supernatural stuff or conspiracy theories. I'm just a mom with 3 kids living in Cedar Park, Texas, a totally normal suburb outside of Austin where nothing weird ever happens, until it did. It was around 2:30 p.m., and I was doing my usual afternoon routine. My oldest, Emma, needed to be picked up from elementary school at 3:15, and I had my 2 younger ones, Jake, 4, and Lily, 2, with me in the car. They'd been cooped up all day, so I promised them Sonic slushies before we picked up their sister, just a totally normal Tuesday. The weather was typical Texas in September, hot and bright, about 92 degrees with that blinding sunlight that makes you squint even with sunglasses on. I was driving our white Honda Odyssey minivan down Anderson Mill Road, which is this long stretch of highway that connects our neighborhood to the school. It's not rural exactly, but there are these open stretches with gas stations and strip malls spaced out between neighborhoods. I had the AC blasting. Jake was asking about dinosaurs for the millionth time that day, and Lily was quietly playing with her stuffed bunny in her car seat. My mind was half on the road and half on my mental to-do list for the rest of the day. Soccer practice for Emma, dinner prep, laundry that needed folding. That's when I first saw him. About a mile from the Sonic, there was this man walking along the shoulder of the eastbound lane. I was heading east too, so I passed him on my side of the road. What caught my attention was the black trash bag he was carrying over his left shoulder. Not a backpack or duffel bag, a literal black garbage bag that looked pretty full, slung over his shoulder like Santa's sack. He wasn't dressed oddly, just jeans, a faded red t-shirt, and a baseball cap. I'd put him in his mid-40s, average height, kind of thin build, with a scruffy brown beard. Nothing particularly memorable except for that garbage bag. I remember thinking he must be crazy hot walking along the highway in this heat with that bag. I didn't think much of it. We have our share of people who walk along the roads here, though not as many as in Austin proper. I just registered him in that way you notice things while driving without really focusing on them. Then I pulled into the Sonic drive-thru, which was about a mile down the road from where I'd seen him. The Sonic wasn't super busy, but they weren't fast either. I waited about 5 minutes for our order. Cherry slushie for Jake, blue coconut for Lily, and a Diet Coke for me. I remember checking the time on my dashboard because I was getting antsy about being late for Emma. It was 2:47 when the car hop finally brought our drinks. I spent another couple minutes getting the kids situated with their drinks, making sure the lids were secure, and putting straws in. Jake immediately spilled some of his on his shorts, so I had to dig through the glove compartment for napkins to clean him up. All in all, we were at Sonic for maybe 8 to 10 minutes tops. We pulled back onto Anderson Mill Road, but now we were heading west toward Emma's school. This is where things get weird, and I still get this cold feeling in my stomach when I think about it. About half a mile past the Sonic, I saw the same man. The exact same man with the exact same black trash bag over his left shoulder. He was still walking eastbound on the opposite side of the road, but now he was approximately 2 miles behind where I had initially seen him. Let me be crystal clear about this. He was walking in the same direction as before, but he was now miles back from where he'd been less than 10 minutes ago. I nearly rear-ended the car in front of me because I was so confused by what I was seeing. I know it was the same guy, same red t-shirt, same jeans, same baseball cap, same scruffy beard, same black trash bag slung over his left shoulder in exactly the same way. The only thing that changed was his location, which made absolutely no sense. For him to be where he was now, he would have had to turn around, sprint faster than humanly possible in the opposite direction for 2 miles in the Texas heat while carrying that bag, and then resume walking eastward again at a casual pace. Or someone would have had to pick him up, drive him backward, and drop him off. But why would anyone do that? And how could either scenario happen in the 8-10 minutes I was at Sonic? The weirdest part was how normal he looked. He wasn't sweating or out of breath. He was just walking at the same relaxed pace as before, looking straight ahead. No hurry, no distress, not looking for rides or help. Just calmly walking with his trash bag like nothing was odd. I actually slowed down as I passed him, trying to get a better look to make sure I wasn't confusing him with someone else. Jake asked why we were slowing down, and I mumbled something about checking directions. The man never looked at our car. He just kept walking, staring straight ahead with this weirdly blank expression. As soon as we passed him, I felt this overwhelming urge to get away fast. I sped up and kept checking my rear-view mirror until I couldn't see him anymore. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I felt this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like I do when I watch horror movies. I called my husband Trevor immediately. I remember my voice sounding higher than normal as I tried to explain what I'd seen. This is going to sound crazy, but I actually took a picture of my phone's call log later that day because I needed proof that this had actually happened. The log shows I called Trevor at 2:56 p.m., which means I saw the man for the second time just minutes after leaving Sonic. Trevor tried to calm me down. At first, he thought I might be confused about where I'd seen the man the first time. But I know what I saw and where I saw it. When I insisted, he laughed it off and said, "Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix, Mel," referencing that old Keanu Reeves movie we'd watched a few weeks back. The glitch in the Matrix comment hit me hard because that's exactly what it felt like reality had hiccuped or skipped like a scratched DVD. I remember getting chills all over my body despite the heat blasting outside. I picked up Emma from school, and I was so distracted that she immediately asked what was wrong. I just said I was tired, but the whole time at the school pickup line, I kept scanning the streets, half expecting to see that man again, maybe walking in some impossible direction or multiplied into 3 or 4 versions of himself. When we got home, I sat in the driveway for a few minutes before getting the kids out. I couldn't shake this feeling that I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see, like I'd caught a glimpse behind the curtain of reality, and now I couldn't unsee it. That night, after the kids were in bed, I searched online for anything similar, Person in same place twice, time glitch, doppelganger sightings, anything that might explain what I'd experienced. I found some Reddit threads about glitches in the Matrix, where people described similar impossible encounters. Some comments suggested parallel universes temporarily overlapping, or that we're living in a simulation with occasional errors. Other people talked about time slips, where the fabric of time somehow folds in on itself. None of these explanations made me feel any better. They just scared me more. The next day, I actually drove the same route at the same time, part of me hoping to see the man again so I could confirm I wasn't losing my mind, part of me terrified that I would. He wasn't there. I even stopped at the Sonic and asked a car hop if she'd seen a man with a black trash bag walking along the highway yesterday. She looked at me like I was crazy. It's been a week now and I still can't stop thinking about it. I find myself scanning the sides of every road I drive on, looking for him. I've started paying obsessive attention to people I see more than once in a day, wondering if they'll be where they logically should be or if they'll defy the laws of physics like he did. Trevor thinks I should let it go. He's convinced there's a logical explanation. Maybe twins or my mind playing tricks on me because I was stressed about being late. But I know what I saw, and the timestamp on that phone call backs up my timeline. There's simply no way the man could have been where he was the second time I saw him. Sometimes I'm driving and I'll get this sudden flooding fear that I'll see him again. But this time he'll notice me noticing him. That he'll stop walking, turn his head to stare directly at me, and I'll see something in his eyes that tells me he's aware of the impossibility of his existence. Sometimes I dream that he's standing in our front yard in the middle of the night, still with that trash bag, just staring at our house. I wake up in a cold sweat from those dreams. I've started wondering what was in that black bag. At the time, I assumed it was just trash or maybe his belongings if he was homeless. Now I find myself creating increasingly disturbing possibilities. What if it contained something important to whatever glitch allowed him to be in two places? What if the bag itself was somehow the key to whatever impossible thing happened? The most unsettling question I keep coming back to is, was he even human? He looked human, but something about the way he moved and that blank expression, it just felt off in a way I can't fully articulate, like he was going through the motions of being a person without actually being one. I haven't seen him again, but I can't shake the feeling that the world isn't what I thought it was before last Tuesday. It's like living in a house your whole life and then suddenly discovering a door that wasn't there before, leading to rooms you never knew existed. Except in this case, what's behind that door might be something our minds aren't equipped to understand. I keep asking myself, if reality can glitch like that, what else about our world isn't real? How much of what we experience is just a facade covering something much stranger? I don't have any answers. I just know what I saw, and I know it should have been impossible. Sometimes I wish I could just forget about it and go back to my normal life of school pickups and soccer practice and not questioning the fundamental nature of reality. But I can't. That image of the duplicate man with his black bag is burned into my brain, a reminder that the world is much stranger than we want to believe. If anyone else has experienced something like this, please tell me. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I need to know I'm not going crazy. Because the alternative, that what I saw was real, might be even worse. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I can't stop thinking about those missing 30 minutes. I've tried talking to friends, searched online forums, even considered seeing a therapist. But how do you explain something like this without sounding completely insane? It was May 21st, just a normal Tuesday evening. My girlfriend Amandine and I had been at this nice restaurant in Namur celebrating her birthday and her new job promotion. Her parents had joined us, and it had been a good night despite the weather being absolutely terrible. It had been raining non-stop the entire day, one of those heavy, persistent downpours that makes driving a nightmare. We left the restaurant around 10:30 p.m. Amandine's parents had driven separately, so we said our goodbyes in the parking lot, all of us getting soaked just walking to our cars. I remember joking about needing a boat instead of a car to get home. The drive back to our small town normally takes about an hour, mostly highway driving. The rain hadn't let up at all. I was driving carefully, wipers on maximum speed, but still struggling to see clearly through the windshield. The highway was slick with water, and there weren't many other cars around, which was a small blessing at least. Amandine was telling me about some work thing, but I was only half listening, concentrating on the road. We had been driving for about 30 minutes when I spotted our exit coming up about 50 meters ahead. I remember this clearly because I was worried about missing it in the rain. The visibility was so bad that I needed to focus completely. "Babe, hold on a sec," I said to Amandine. "I need to concentrate so we don't miss our exit." She stopped talking mid-sentence. I leaned forward slightly, squinting through the rain-streaked windshield, trying to make out the exit sign, and then I blinked. That's literally what happened. I blinked, and suddenly everything was different. The rain was gone, the road was completely dry, and the exit I had been looking for was nowhere in sight. For a second I thought I was hallucinating. I slowed down, trying to get my bearings. There was a road sign up ahead, and as we approached it, I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Mons. We were near Mons. That's 30 minutes past our exit in the completely opposite direction from our town. "Did I miss our exit?" I asked Amandine, my voice shaking slightly. She looked confused. I don't know. Weren't we just approaching it?" "Yeah, but now we're in Mons somehow," I said, feeling increasingly uneasy. "How did we drive for 30 more minutes without noticing?" Amandine checked her phone. "It's 11:30. That's right for us to be here if we drove straight through without taking our exit." I pulled over at the next rest area, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. We both sat there in silence for a moment, trying to process what was happening. "The last thing I remember is you telling me to stop talking so you could concentrate on the exit," Amandine finally said. "And then, nothing. Just suddenly being here. That's when I noticed something else strange. It's not raining anymore." "Maybe it stopped while we were driving?" she suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. "No, look at the road. It's bone dry. Not just not raining anymore dry, but like it hasn't rained at all today dry." We both looked out at the highway. She was right. There wasn't a puddle in sight. The asphalt looked like it hadn't seen rain in days. I turned the car around at the next opportunity, determined to head back in the direction we'd come from. As we drove, I noticed something else bizarre. All the other cars on the road were completely dry. No water streaks, no residual dampness, nothing to indicate there had been a downpour less than an hour ago. "This doesn't make any sense," I muttered, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Amandine didn't respond. She was staring out the window, her face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. The drive back to our town took just under an hour. Neither of us spoke much. What was there to say? We couldn't explain what had happened, and trying to rationalize it just made my head hurt. When we pulled into our driveway, I got out to check something. Our car should have been wet from the rain, but it wasn't. Instead, it was covered in what looked like a thin layer of dry dust or dirt. I ran my finger along the hood, leaving a clean streak in the grime. "What is it?" Amandine asked, joining me outside. "The car's not wet," I said. "It's dusty." "How can it be dusty if we were just driving through a rainstorm?" We went inside, both of us shaken. I suggested maybe we were both overtired, that perhaps we had some kind of shared moment of highway hypnosis and simply didn't register driving for 30 minutes. But even as I said it, I knew it didn't make sense. How could the weather change completely? How could a soaking wet night suddenly become bone dry? We tried to go to sleep, but I just lay there staring at the ceiling, replaying those last moments before the jump over and over in my mind. The rain, the approaching exit, asking Amandine to stop talking, blinking, and then nothing. The next morning, Amandine looked terrible, with dark circles under her eyes. She admitted she hadn't slept at all. "I keep thinking about what happened," she said, her hands wrapped tightly around her coffee mug. "There's something else I remember, something I didn't tell you last night because it sounds crazy." I waited for her to continue. "Right before everything changed," she said slowly, "I was looking at the road too. I was scared we might hydroplane or something with all that water. And I saw a truck, Nathan, a big semi coming up really fast in the lane next to us. It was so close I thought it was going to hit us. I remember feeling terrified, bracing for impact, and then nothing. Just us being near Mons. A chill ran through me. I don't remember any truck. It was there," she insisted, "coming up on your side. You were focused on finding the exit, but I saw it. It was moving way too fast for the conditions. I tried to recall seeing any trucks on the road that night, but came up blank. It had just been us, the rain, and a few scattered cars in the distance. That day, I checked the weather reports for the previous night. According to every source I could find, it had indeed been raining heavily around Namur until about 10 p.m. But by 11 p.m., the time we supposedly drove past our exit, the rain had stopped completely in the entire region. The report showed the storm front had moved unexpectedly fast, clearing the area hours before predicted. But that didn't explain how the roads were completely dry, or how our car had gone from rain-soaked to dusty, or how neither of us could remember 30 minutes of driving. I called Amandine's parents that evening to casually confirm the weather when we left the restaurant. Her mom mentioned how worried she'd been about us driving in that awful downpour, confirming what we remembered. When I mentioned the rain stopping suddenly, she seemed confused, saying it had continued raining at their house well past midnight. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with trying to make sense of what happened. I researched everything from highway hypnosis to temporal anomalies. I found stories online about so-called time slips, people suddenly finding themselves in different locations without explanation. But most seemed like urban legends or exaggerations. I even drove the same route again the following weekend, trying to retrace our journey, looking for anything that might explain how we could have missed our exit and driven 30 minutes without realizing it. The highway was straightforward, with well-lit exits. There was no way we could have just zoned out and missed it, especially when I had been specifically watching for it. What haunts me most is the truck Amandine mentioned. I've had nightmares about it since she told me, dreams where I see a massive truck bearing down on us through the rain, its headlights blinding, the inevitable crash, and then I jerk awake, sweating and disoriented. Could we have actually crashed? Could what we experienced be some kind of, I don't even know what to call it, a glitch? A jump to another timeline where the accident didn't happen? It sounds ridiculous, like something from a sci-fi movie, not real life. 3 weeks later, and we still haven't told many people. I tried explaining it to my best friend, and he looked at me like I was having a mental breakdown. Amandine mentioned it vaguely to her sister, who suggested we might have both fallen asleep at the wheel and been lucky not to crash. But that's impossible. How could both of us fall asleep simultaneously and then wake up while still driving safely? I've checked our car thoroughly multiple times, looking for any signs of damage that might indicate we were in an accident we somehow don't remember. Nothing. It's exactly as it always was, except for that mysterious layer of dust that covered it that night. Amandine's been having trouble sleeping since it happened. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find her sitting by the window, staring out at nothing. When I ask what's wrong, she just shakes her head and says she keeps thinking about those missing 30 minutes. "What if we died, Nathan?" she asked me last night, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if that truck hit us and this is something else? Some kind of afterlife or alternate reality?" I don't know how to comfort her when I'm struggling with the same questions. How do you make sense of something that defies all logic? How do you go back to normal life when you've experienced something so fundamentally unexplainable? I find myself obsessively checking the time now, afraid of losing more minutes or hours without realizing it. I've started taking photos of clocks and weather conditions, creating a record I can refer back to if it happens again. It's making me paranoid, but I can't stop. Amandine wants to move away from Belgium entirely, as if distance might somehow protect us from whatever happened that night. Maybe she's right. Maybe there's something about that stretch of highway that caused some kind of anomaly. But what if it follows us? What if it happens again and next time we lose more than 30 minutes? What if we jump further or don't come back at all? I still can't shake the feeling that something terrible was supposed to happen that night. Something involving that truck Amandine saw, and somehow we skipped over it, escaped it. Or maybe we didn't escape at all, and we just don't know it yet. All I know for certain is that on May 21st, 2024, Amandine and I experienced 30 minutes that we can't account for, accompanied by impossible changes in weather and location. I don't expect anyone to believe us. I wouldn't believe it myself if someone else told me this story. But it happened, and I have no idea what it means or if it will ever happen again. Every time I get behind the wheel now, especially when it's raining, I feel a sense of dread. Every time I approach that specific exit on the highway, my heart races and I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white, half expecting to blink and find myself somewhere else entirely. I keep telling myself there must be a rational explanation, something we're overlooking, but deep down, I know there isn't. Some things can't be explained, only experienced, and this experience has changed us forever. If anyone else has ever gone through something similar, please let me know. I need to understand what happened to us that night. I need to know we're not losing our minds. Most of all, I need to know if we're safe, or if whatever happened on that rainy night in May is just the beginning of something we can't even comprehend. I still don't understand what happened that day. It's been 3 years now, and I've mostly given up trying to make sense of it. My family certainly has, but sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I still think about those missing 8 hours that I supposedly wasn't where I know I was. So I moved to this small town in Pennsylvania with my dad, my stepmom Vanessa, and her daughter when I was 16. It was about halfway through my sophomore year, which already sucked enough without having to start over at a new school. My dad got this job opportunity he couldn't pass up, and just like that, we packed up and left everything I knew behind. My first day at the new school was January 12th. Nothing special happened during the day, just the usual awkward introductions in each class, trying to remember names, getting lost between periods, and eating lunch alone. Normal new kid stuff. When school let out, I took the bus home. Our stop was at the entrance to our neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from our actual house. I remember being tired as hell. My sleep schedule had been completely messed up over winter break, and waking up at 6 a.m. for school had been brutal after weeks of staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning playing video games. I got home around 3:30 p.m. I had my key, so I let myself in. The house was weirdly quiet. I figured everyone was out, but when I walked past my parents' room, I saw my dad passed out on the bed, which made sense since he'd been on night shifts that week. Vanessa's car was in the driveway, so I assumed she was probably napping too. She worked from home and sometimes took afternoon breaks. I dropped my backpack in my room, kicked off my shoes, and flopped onto my bed. I was exhausted, and since no one was around to bug me about homework, I figured I'd take a quick nap and then get to my assignments later. I didn't even set an alarm, just closed my eyes and was out almost instantly. The next thing I remember is waking up to the sound of hangers sliding across the rod in my closet. I was groggy and confused, and it took me a second to realize someone was in my room. When I rolled over and sat up, I saw Vanessa frantically going through my clothes. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice still thick with sleep. When she turned around, her face went from worried to shocked to angry in about 2 seconds flat. "Lucas, where the hell have you been?" she practically screamed at me. I remember feeling completely disoriented. "What do you mean? I've been right here sleeping." "Don't you dare lie to me." She was shaking, actually shaking. "We've been looking everywhere for you." That's when I noticed the light coming through my window was all wrong. It was dark outside. I checked my phone. 11:42 p.m. I'd been asleep for 8 hours. That couldn't be right. "I came straight home after school and went to bed," I said, trying to make sense of her reaction. I was tired. "Lucas, I checked your room 3 times. Your dad checked too. You weren't here." Before I could respond, I heard male voices in the living room. Vanessa turned and stormed out of my room saying, "He's here. He just showed up." I followed her out, still half asleep and completely confused. There were 2 police officers standing in our living room. My dad was there too, looking like he'd aged 10 years in one day. "Young man," one of the officers said, "your family has been very worried about you. Where have you been?" I kept repeating myself. "I was asleep in my room. I came straight home after school and took a nap. I haven't gone anywhere." The second officer was writing something in a small notebook. "What time did you get home from school?" "Around 3:30, I think. Normal time." "And you're saying you've been in your bed this entire time?" "Yes, that's what I'm saying." Vanessa cut in. "That's impossible. I checked his room at 5 when I started dinner, and he wasn't there. I checked again at 6 when he didn't come down to eat. Tyler and I both looked everywhere in the house at 7. He was not here." Tyler is my dad. He was just standing there staring at me with this look I couldn't read. "Did you leave the house at any point?" the first officer asked me. "No, I swear I didn't." "Were you hiding somewhere in the house?" "No, I was literally just asleep on my bed." The officers had me walk them through my day. They asked if I took any medications, if I had ever sleepwalked, if I had any friends in the area I might have gone to visit. The answer to everything was no. I had literally just come home and fallen asleep. Eventually, they seemed satisfied that I wasn't in any danger and wasn't lying about anything major. They told my parents something about teenagers and the stress of moving, and suggested that maybe everyone just needed to calm down. One of them gave me a card with a youth counseling number on it before they left. As soon as the door closed behind them, Vanessa lost it. "So you expect us to believe that you were here the whole time? That we just somehow missed you during our multiple searches of the entire house? Do you know how worried we were? Do you know I was picturing you dead in a ditch somewhere?" My dad just looked defeated. "Lucas, if you went somewhere, just tell us. We're not going to be mad. We just want to understand what happened." But I hadn't gone anywhere. I kept saying it over and over, but they didn't believe me. How could they? From their perspective, I had vanished for 8 hours and was now lying about it. I went back to my room eventually. I checked my window, my closet, under my bed, looking for some explanation, some hidden trapdoor I didn't know about. Nothing. Just my normal room. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept picturing Vanessa and my dad searching my room while I was somehow, what? Invisible? It didn't make sense. School the next day was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. When I got home, I noticed Vanessa watching me like a hawk. She asked me to keep my bedroom door open, and she happened to walk by every 20 minutes or so. The whole week was tense. Nobody brought up what happened directly, but I could feel it hanging over us. My stepsister kept giving me these weird looks, like I was some kind of freak who might disappear again at any moment. Then, about a week after the incident, that's what Vanessa started calling it, her dad came over to mow our lawn, which had gotten pretty out of control since we moved in. I was in the kitchen getting a snack when I heard him call Vanessa outside. Their voices were urgent but hushed. A few minutes later, Vanessa came storming in, her face red. "Lucas, come out here right now!" I followed her into the backyard, where her dad was pointing at something on the ground beneath my bedroom window. It was the screen from my window, removed and leaning against the side of the house. "Want to explain this?" Vanessa asked, arms crossed. I felt sick. "I didn't do that. I don't know how that happened." "So what? It just fell off by itself? And you just happened to disappear the same day?" She was using air quotes now, which made me want to scream. "I don't know what happened to the screen, but I didn't leave the house." Her dad just shook his head. "Kids these days," he muttered, "won't even own up to their mistakes." That was it. That was the moment I realized they were never going to believe me. In their minds, the case was solved. I had snuck out through my window, gone God knows where for 8 hours, snuck back in, and was now pathologically committed to lying about it. I tried to talk to them about it a few more times over the next couple months. Each time, Vanessa would get defensive and angry. My dad would just sigh and ask why I couldn't just tell them the truth. It got to the point where bringing it up would start a huge fight. So eventually, I stopped. But here's the thing that really freaks me out. The part I never told them. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened to me. When I was about 9, my mom, my real mom, before she and my dad split, couldn't find me for an entire afternoon. I was reading on my bed the whole time. She tore the house apart looking for me, then found me right where I'd been all along. She hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe, then grounded me for hiding from her. When I was 12, my teacher marked me absent from class, even though I distinctly remember sitting there the whole period, even answering a question about the Civil War. When I argued about it, she showed me her attendance sheet with the absence clearly marked. No one in class backed me up. They all said I wasn't there. There were other smaller incidents too. Times when people would jump like I'd startled them when I'd been standing right in front of them the whole time, or when someone would ask if I was coming to an event I was already at. But the day at our new house was by far the worst and most prolonged incident. 8 hours where I apparently didn't exist to anyone else, despite being exactly where I said I was. I've researched everything I can think of. Invisible conditions, temporal disturbances, even glitches in reality. Nothing explains how 5 different people, counting the police officers, could search a house and not find someone who was there the whole time. Nothing explains how a window screen could be removed without me knowing about it. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my mind. Other times, I wonder if I somehow shift out of phase with reality occasionally. Like maybe I'm still there, but on some frequency other people can't perceive. It sounds crazy, I know. But what happened to me that day was impossible, and yet it happened. I'm 19 now, and in college a few hours away from home. I've had a few minor disappearances since then, but nothing as dramatic as that day. My roommate once swore I hadn't come back to the dorm all night, even though I was asleep in my bed when he found me in the morning. I don't talk about it with anyone anymore. What's the point? No one believes me. They either think I'm lying or crazy. Sometimes I almost convince myself that maybe I did sneak out that day, and I've just blocked it from my memory. Maybe I do have some kind of sleepwalking disorder. Maybe I'm the crazy one. But deep down, I know what happened. I know I was in that bed the whole time, and that's what scares me the most. The idea that sometimes, for reasons I don't understand, I'm just not here, even when I am. I still don't know how to explain what happened, and it's been driving me crazy for the past month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, checked my security cameras, questioned my husband, even called a locksmith to examine my safe. Nothing makes sense. It started about 8 months ago when my mom came to visit me. I live in Colorado now, while she's still back in Illinois, where I grew up. It's about a 4.5-hour flight between us, so we only see each other every couple months. During this particular visit, she brought a bunch of my grandmother's jewelry with her. My grandma has pretty severe dementia now. She's in a nursing home and doesn't recognize most of us anymore. It's been hard watching her decline over the past few years. One of the symptoms that started early on was her hiding things. She'd take her jewelry, important papers, sometimes even food, and tuck them away in the strangest places. My mom found her wedding ring in a box of cereal once. Another time, her passport was taped to the bottom of a dresser drawer. Because of this, my mom had been collecting all of Grandma's valuables to put in a safety deposit box. She'd gathered quite a collection, some diamond earrings, a pearl necklace my grandfather gave her on their 25th anniversary, a few gold bracelets, and this small vintage Rolex watch that had belonged to my great-grandmother before it was passed down. The Rolex was nothing fancy by today's standards, a small women's watch with a simple gold band, probably from the 1950s or 60s. The face was cream-colored with tiny gold markers instead of numbers. It still worked perfectly despite its age. My grandma had worn it every day until her dementia got bad. So anyway, my mom had brought all this jewelry to show me before putting it in the safety deposit box. We were sitting at my kitchen table, going through everything, when my son had an accident in the bathroom. He's only 5, and there was water everywhere. Total chaos for about 20 minutes. By the time we got everything cleaned up, my mom had to leave for the airport. It wasn't until she called me from the terminal that she realized she'd forgotten to pack the Rolex back with the other jewelry. I found it still sitting on my kitchen counter. "Just keep it in your safe until I visit next time," she told me. "It'll be safer there than mailing it." I have a small fireproof safe where we keep our important documents, some emergency cash, and my husband's grandfather's service medals. Nothing major, but it locks securely and gives us peace of mind. I put the Rolex inside, right next to our passports, and honestly didn't think much more about it. Over the next few months, my mom visited twice. Both times, we completely forgot about the watch. It's weird how that happens. You can have something important to do, but if it's out of sight, it just slips your mind. I would open the safe every couple of weeks for various reasons, getting our social security cards for some paperwork, checking on our emergency cash when we were planning a trip, things like that. Every time I'd see the Rolex sitting there and think, "Oh yeah, I need to give that to Mom next time." But then I'd close the safe and promptly forget again. 2 weeks ago, I needed to get my birth certificate for a new driver's license. Moved states, what a hassle. When I opened the safe, I definitely saw the Rolex. I specifically remember thinking that Mom was planning to visit for my son's birthday in a few weeks, and I should leave the safe unlocked that day so I wouldn't forget to give her the watch again. I even picked it up and wound it a bit, checking that it still worked. It did, ticking away perfectly like it had for decades. A week later, so just last week, I went to put my birth certificate back. I opened the safe and immediately felt something was off. I couldn't place it at first, but as I put the birth certificate back in its folder, it hit me. The watch was gone. At first, I figured my husband must have moved it. Maybe he needed something from the safe and set the watch aside. I closed everything up and went to ask him, but he had no idea what I was talking about. He hadn't opened the safe in months. That's when I started to get concerned. We have a cleaning lady who comes every 2 weeks, but she never goes near our bedroom, let alone the closet where we keep the safe. My son can't reach the safe and doesn't know the combination anyway. I started searching the house, checking drawers, looking under furniture, emptying my jewelry box. Nothing. I spent the entire day turning my house upside down. I even checked ridiculous places, the refrigerator, my son's toy box, the washing machine. I was starting to feel sick to my stomach. This wasn't just any watch. It was a family heirloom. How was I going to tell my mom I'd lost it? By that evening, I was in tears. My husband suggested I call my mom. Maybe I'd given it to her already and just forgotten. I knew that wasn't the case, but I was desperate enough to try anything. When she answered, I was so upset I could barely get the words out. "Mom, I'm so sorry," I sobbed. "I can't find Grandma's Rolex. I've looked everywhere. I know it was in the safe last week, but now it's gone. I don't know what happened to it." There was a pause on the other end. Then my mom said something that made my blood run cold. "Honey, the watch is right here." I thought I'd misheard her. "What? No, that's not possible. It's been in my safe for months." "No, I'm looking at it right now," she insisted. "It's sitting on my dresser." I felt like I was losing my mind. "Mom, that's impossible. I had it last week. I saw it in my safe. I even wound it up." She must have heard the panic in my voice because her tone changed. "Jessica, calm down. I'm serious. Grandma's watch is here with me." "Can you FaceTime me right now?" I asked, my hands shaking as I held the phone. A minute later, my phone dinged with a FaceTime request. I answered and watched as my mom's face appeared on the screen. She looked concerned. "Look," she said, flipping the camera and pointing it at her dresser. There, next to her jewelry box, was a small vintage Rolex with a gold band and cream-colored face. My stomach dropped. It was unmistakably the same watch that had been in my safe just a week earlier. "Mom," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "how did you get that?" "What do you mean? It's been here." "No, it hasn't. It's been in my safe for months. I literally saw it last week." My mom looked confused. "Jessica, I never gave you Grandma's watch. I've had it here the whole time." I felt like I was going to throw up. "That's not possible. You left it at my house after your visit. You called me from the airport, remember? You told me to keep it in my safe until your next visit." She shook her head slowly. "I don't remember that at all. As far as I know, this watch has been sitting on my dresser or in my jewelry box since I collected it from Mom's house." Can you check the time on it?" I asked. She picked up the watch and looked at it. "It's running about 10 minutes slow. Shows 6:22 when it's actually 6:32. My hands were trembling now. "Mom, when I saw it in my safe last week, it was showing the correct time because I wound it." We stared at each other through the screen. Neither of us knew what to say. "Have you been to Illinois recently?" she finally asked. "No, I haven't been back since Christmas. And I haven't mailed it to you or anything like that?" "No, and I definitely didn't mail it to you or give it to anyone to deliver." We fell silent again. There was simply no logical explanation for how that watch traveled from my safe in Colorado to my mother's dresser in Illinois. "Maybe," my mom started, then stopped herself. "Maybe what?" she sighed. "Maybe it's connected to your grandmother somehow. She always said this watch was special to her, said it helped her keep track of the important moments or something like that." I didn't know what to think. My rational mind was frantically searching for an explanation. Maybe my mom did take it and forgot. Maybe someone stole it from me and sent it to her. Maybe I'd hallucinated seeing it in my safe. But I knew none of those explanations made sense. I asked my mom to check if the watch had any distinguishing marks or scratches that might prove it was the same one. She examined it closely while I watched. "There's a tiny scratch on the back of the case," she reported, "and the clasp is a little loose on one side." Those were exactly the same imperfections I'd noticed when I had the watch. Over the next few days, I kept searching my house, even though I knew it was futile. I checked our security cameras, which showed no one entering or leaving our house other than family members. I questioned my husband repeatedly until he got annoyed. I even called a locksmith to examine the safe, thinking maybe someone had broken into it somehow. He confirmed it hadn't been tampered with. It's been a month now, and I still have no explanation. My mom brought the watch when she came for my son's birthday, and I examined it carefully. It's definitely the same watch that was in my safe. The same tiny scratch on the back, the same loose clasp, the same slight discoloration on one link of the band where the gold had worn thin. What freaks me out the most isn't just that the watch seemingly teleported across state lines. It's that my mom has no recollection of ever giving it to me in the first place. She swears it's been with her the whole time. So either one of us is misremembering an entire sequence of events, or, I don't know. Something happened that I can't explain. I find myself checking my safe daily now, counting the items inside, taking photos of how things are arranged. I've started documenting the locations of other valuables around the house, too. My husband thinks I'm overreacting, but he didn't see what I saw. He didn't experience the absolute certainty of knowing something was in one place, only to discover it was somewhere else entirely. Sometimes I wonder if other items have moved without me noticing. If an entire watch can vanish and reappear hundreds of miles away, what else might be happening right under my nose? I still don't have any answers. All I know is that my grandmother's watch now sits on my mother's dresser in Illinois, when just a month ago it was locked in my safe in Colorado. And every time I open that safe, part of me expects to see it there again, ticking away as if it never left. I still can't explain what I saw at Oak Ridge Park last spring. It's been almost 6 months, and I'm constantly thinking about it. I've gone back there 4 times since it happened, hoping to make sense of things, but nothing. Just a normal park with normal people doing normal things. Nothing like what I saw that day. It was one of those perfect spring days. Around 70 degrees, slight breeze, not a cloud in the sky. I had a stressful week at work and just needed to get out of my apartment. Hiking always clears my head, and Oak Ridge has these great woodland trails that aren't too difficult, but still give you that away from civilization feeling. I got to the park around 2 p.m. The parking lot was about half full, typical for a nice weekend afternoon. I remember checking my phone before leaving my car. It was 2:12 p.m. exactly. I grabbed my small backpack with water, a granola bar, and my portable charger. Nothing special, just a regular solo hike. The first part of the trail was completely normal. I passed a few other hikers, exchanged the usual nods and hellos. There were a couple with a golden retriever, an older man with hiking poles, 2 teenage girls taking selfies on a wooden bridge, just regular park stuff. About 40 minutes into my hike, I reached the part where the trail curves around and opens up to this large meadow area. It's one of my favorite spots because you suddenly go from dense woods to this open space with tall grass and wildflowers. The trail continues along the edge of the meadow before dipping back into the trees on the other side. As I came out of the tree line, I immediately noticed a small group of people in the middle of the meadow. There were 3 of them. No, wait, 4 people just hanging out. They were maybe 30 yards away from the trail. 2 guys and a woman were standing in a loose circle, holding what looked like beer or soda cans, just chatting and laughing. Nothing unusual about them, but the 4th person caught my eye right away because they were moving differently. I can't really explain it well. It was like they were gliding, like their feet were touching the ground, but not in the way feet normally do when someone walks. There wasn't the usual up and down bounce that happens when people walk. This person was moving smoothly, almost like they were on one of those airport moving walkways, except they were on grass. At first, I thought maybe they were on some kind of wheeled shoes or something, but I could clearly see they were just wearing regular Nike sneakers, the white ones with the black swoosh. They looked completely normal otherwise. Jeans, a plain gray t-shirt, short brown hair. It was a guy, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. I kept walking along the trail, trying not to stare, but something about this person was making me uneasy. And then I realized he was staring directly at me. Not like a casual glance, not like the way you might look at another hiker passing by. He was full-on staring at me while he moved across the field. His face didn't have any particular expression, not smiling, not frowning, just watching me, intensely, without blinking, and still doing that weird gliding walk. I remember thinking maybe he recognized me from somewhere, but I couldn't place him. I slowed down a bit, trying to figure out if I knew this person. The other 3 people in the group didn't seem to notice anything weird. They were just laughing and talking among themselves. Here's where it gets really strange. The gliding guy was moving toward one of the other men in the group, a taller guy in a red t-shirt. It looked like he was going to walk behind him, You know, like when you're navigating through a group of people and you walk behind someone to get to the other side. I watched, waiting for him to reappear on the other side of the red shirt guy. But he never did. He just vanished. 1 second he was there, about to pass behind the other guy, and the next second, gone. Completely gone. I stopped walking. I blinked hard a few times, thinking maybe I'd just lost track of him somehow. But no, he wasn't there. The other 3 people were still chatting, completely unaware that their 4th member had just disappeared into thin air. I stood there for probably a full minute, staring at the spot where he should have reappeared. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I felt dizzy, like maybe I was dehydrated or something, but I knew I wasn't. I'd been drinking water regularly during my hike. I checked around to see if anyone else had witnessed what I'd just seen, but there was no one else on the trail at that moment. Just me. I decided to get a closer look. I left the trail and started walking across the field toward the group. I told myself maybe there was a ditch or something that the person had stepped into, though I knew that was ridiculous. The meadow was completely flat, no ditches, no holes, no place where someone could suddenly drop out of sight. As I got closer to the group, I scanned the entire area. Nothing. No 4th person anywhere. Just the 3 people I'd seen initially, still in their little circle, still chatting. They glanced at me as I approached, but didn't seem concerned or suspicious. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. Wasn't there another person with you guys a minute ago?" They looked at each other, confused. "No," one of the guys said. "Just us 3. "I could have sworn I saw a 4th person," I said. "A guy in a gray shirt and jeans, Nike sneakers?" They all shook their heads. The woman laughed a little. "We've been here for about an hour," she said. "Just us." I must have looked pretty freaked out because the guy in the red shirt asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about thinking I saw someone I knew and backed away. I walked around the entire meadow, scanning every inch of it. There were literally no places to hide, no trees in the middle, no bushes, no tall grass that could conceal a person, just open field. The only trees were at the edges where the woods began again. I even went into the trees a bit, calling out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But there was no response, just birds and the distant sounds of other hikers on different trails. By this point, I was seriously questioning my sanity. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I having some kind of hallucination? I'd never experienced anything like that before. I don't use drugs. I hadn't been drinking. I wasn't on any new medications. I was just a normal person on a normal hike who had apparently witnessed something impossible. I decided to continue my hike, thinking maybe the movement and normalcy would help me calm down and make sense of things. I was supposed to meet up with my friends Sarah and Mike at the east side of the park. They had started their hike from a different trailhead, and we had planned to meet up around 3:30. When I found them at our meeting spot, I was still visibly shaken. They immediately asked what was wrong, and I told them everything. About the person who moved strangely, who stared at me, who vanished behind someone else without reappearing. "What did the group look like?" Sarah asked. "Maybe we saw them too." I described them, the guy in the red shirt, a woman with a blonde ponytail, and another guy with a baseball cap. Sarah and Mike exchanged looks. "We saw that group," Mike said, "when we were crossing the meadow about 20 minutes ago. But Morgan, there were only 3 of them, exactly like you described. Red shirt guy, blonde woman, baseball cap guy. No 4th person." "That's impossible," I said. "I saw 4 people, very clearly." "Maybe the 4th person had already left by the time we saw them," Sarah suggested. "No," I insisted. They said they were only ever 3 people. We went back to the meadow together, but by then the group was gone. I showed Mike and Sarah exactly where I'd been standing when I witnessed the disappearance, where the group had been, the path the gliding man had taken. There's nowhere he could have gone, I kept saying. Nowhere. He just stopped existing. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I Googled all sorts of things: hallucinations while hiking, dehydration and visual disturbances, glitches in reality, people disappearing in plain sight. Nothing seemed to explain what I'd seen. I even went to my doctor and described the experience. She ran some basic tests, but everything came back normal. She suggested it might have been a brief dissociative episode brought on by stress, but that explanation didn't feel right. I wasn't stressed when it happened. I was relaxed, enjoying my hike. One night, I found myself on a forum where people share unexplained experiences. I spent hours reading accounts of strange disappearances, time slips, and reality glitches. Some of the stories resonated with what I'd experienced, but none were exactly the same. One thread particularly caught my attention: people discussing the concept of NPCs, or non-player characters, in real life. The idea that some people we encounter might not be fully real, like background characters in a simulation. It sounds crazy, I know, but after what I saw, I'm not ready to dismiss anything completely. Another theory that stuck with me was about parallel universes momentarily overlapping. Maybe I briefly saw someone from another version of reality, and when the universes shifted back apart, they disappeared from my view. I've tried to rationalize it in every way possible. Maybe the 4th person was behind a tree when my friends saw the group. Maybe they were lying about only being 3 people. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. But deep down, I know what I saw. I saw a person moving unnaturally, staring at me intensely, and then literally vanishing into nothing. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder, did they really disappear? Or did they go somewhere else? And why were they staring at me? Did they know something was about to happen? Were they trying to communicate something? The strangest part is that sometimes I get this feeling like I'm being watched. Not all the time, just occasionally, usually when I'm alone. I'll get a sudden chill, or the hairs on my arms will stand up, and I'll spin around expecting to see someone there. But there's never anyone. I've been back to Oak Ridge Park 4 times since that day. Each time, I've gone to that same meadow and just sat there for hours, watching, waiting. Nothing unusual has happened. No gliding figures, no disappearing people, no strange groups, just normal hikers enjoying the park. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that day. Was it a momentary mental glitch? A glimpse into another dimension? A paranormal encounter? I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night. All I know is that I saw someone who moved wrong, who stared at me like they knew me, who vanished in a way that defies explanation. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see them gliding across that meadow, eyes locked on mine, moving toward a point where they would simply cease to exist in my reality. I keep thinking they were trying to tell me something, or show me something. But what? What message disappears before it can be delivered? And why me? Why was I the only one who saw them? I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But it happened, and I can't forget it. And I can't explain it, and sometimes I wonder if I'll ever see them again. That disappearing observer who seemed to be watching me as intently as I was watching them. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for weeks now. I keep replaying it in my mind, wondering if I was just seeing things or if there's some logical explanation I'm missing. But I know what I saw, and it still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. For context, I'm currently 7 months pregnant with my first child. We moved to Millfield about a year ago. My husband Daniel got a job at the local high school teaching science, and we thought it would be a nice place to raise a family. It's super rural out here, which was an adjustment after living in the city, but I've grown to appreciate the peace and quiet. The nearest actual town with decent shopping and my OBGYN is about 30 minutes away, so I make that drive pretty regularly for appointments. The route to my doctor is this winding country road that passes by all these farms. I'm talking the whole works: dairy farms, hobby farms, those fancy equestrian places with the white fences, you name it. I've gotten to know every turn of that road over the past several months. There's one spot in particular I always look forward to, this big corner property with all sorts of animals. They've got chickens running around, a small pond with ducks, a couple horses, and even some alpacas that always make me smile. The animals are always active when I drive by, no matter the time of day. The chickens peck around, the horses graze or trot along the fence line, and the alpacas do whatever it is alpacas do, mostly looking ridiculous and cute. Last Tuesday was my 28-week checkup. It was one of those gloomy, drizzly days, not pouring, but enough that I had my wipers going intermittently. I left a little earlier than usual because the roads get slick when it rains. I was just listening to some podcast about pregnancy, trying to learn as much as I can before the baby comes, feeling the baby kick occasionally, and driving on autopilot, since I know the route so well by now. As I approached that corner farm I mentioned, I slowed down a bit like I always do, so I could check out the animals. I was actually looking forward to seeing if the alpacas would be huddled together in the rain. They look even funnier when they're wet. The moment I turned that corner, something felt wrong. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. The farm looked the same as always. Same fences, same red barn in the distance, same animals scattered across the property. But something was off. Then it hit me. Nothing was moving. And I don't mean the animals were just being still. I mean they were completely, utterly frozen in place. Every single animal on that property looked like a taxidermy display. The chickens weren't scratching or pecking. They were suspended mid-stride. A duck near the pond was caught mid-wing flap, like a paused video. The horses stood in the field, one with its head lowered toward the grass but not actually grazing, just stopped. I immediately thought I was imagining things. I hit the brake and slowed way down, almost to a stop. I turned off my podcast because somehow the cheerful voice talking about breastfeeding made the whole scene even more unsettling. Without the audio distraction, I noticed something else that sent a chill through me. The complete silence. Even with my window up and the light rain, you can usually hear something from that farm, a rooster crowing, horses nickering, something. But there was absolutely nothing, just the sound of my wipers scraping across the windshield and my own breathing. I pulled over to the shoulder, put on my hazards, and just stared. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Every single living thing on that property was completely motionless, frozen mid-action. Even the trees and bushes weren't swaying in the breeze that I could feel hitting my car. The longer I looked, the more my anxiety built. Something about the scene felt deeply wrong on a primal level. It's hard to explain, but it was like looking at something your brain knows isn't possible. The closest feeling I can compare it to is those optical illusions that make you feel dizzy and disoriented. But this wasn't an illusion, or at least it wasn't just a visual trick. I rolled down my window to listen more carefully, and that's when the true eeriness of the situation hit me. There wasn't just an absence of animal sounds, there was an absence of all sound. The rain hitting the ground made no noise. There were no birds chirping in the distance. Even the usual distant sounds of tractors or cars on other roads were gone. It was like someone had hit a universal mute button on everything except me and my car. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe a minute, maybe 5. I was transfixed. I had the strangest feeling that if I drove away, I'd somehow be leaving reality behind. Or worse, that I had already left it. The baby gave a sharp kick that snapped me out of my daze. My hand went instinctively to my belly, and suddenly I was overwhelmed with the need to get away from there. Something deep inside was screaming that this place was wrong, dangerous even. I briefly considered taking out my phone to record what I was seeing. Wouldn't that be the logical thing to do? But 2 things stopped me. First, I realized I was genuinely afraid, not just spooked, but afraid in a way I've never experienced before. And second, there was this bizarre certainty that if I tried to record it, nothing would show up on camera. Or worse, the camera would capture something I couldn't see with my naked eyes. I rolled up my window, put the car in drive, and got out of there. My hands were shaking so badly, I had to grip the wheel tight to keep steady. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me or the entire farm just vanishing altogether. But it just sat there in the distance, perfectly still, as if painted onto the landscape. Once I was about a mile away, I pulled over again and called Daniel. I was crying by this point, not sobbing, but definitely with tears running down my face. When he answered, just hearing his normal voice grounded me a little. "Hey, what's up? Everything okay with the appointment?" he asked. My voice was shaking when I tried to explain what I'd seen. "Daniel, something really weird just happened. You know that farm on Miller Road with all the animals? I just drove past it and everything was frozen, like completely frozen in place." There was a pause. "What do you mean frozen? Like they were cold?" No, I mean like they weren't moving at all. Like someone hit pause on reality. The chickens, the horses, everything, just standing completely still, no sound, no movement, nothing. It was like time stopped for everything except me. Daniel, being the rational science teacher he is, immediately tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe they were just being really still because of the rain, or maybe something scared them and they were on alert. "You don't understand," I insisted. "This wasn't normal animal behavior. A chicken was literally suspended with 1 foot in the air, not touching the ground. The horses weren't blinking or twitching or anything. It was like they were turned to stone." He sounded concerned then, but I could tell he was worried about me, not about what I'd seen. "Are you feeling okay? Could it be pregnancy brain? Or maybe you're just overtired?" I almost snapped at him, but I knew how it sounded. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were exaggerating or confused too. "I know what I saw," I said firmly. "It was real and it was not normal." He must have heard the fear in my voice because his tone softened. Okay, I believe you saw something strange. Do you need me to come meet you somewhere?" "No, I have to get to this appointment, but I'm going to drive the same way home. I want to see if it's still like that." "Are you sure that's a good idea?" he asked, sounding genuinely worried now. "I need to know I'm not losing my mind," I said. We talked a bit more before hanging up. He made me promise to call him after my appointment and also suggested I mention what happened to my doctor in case it was some weird pregnancy symptom like low blood pressure causing me to hallucinate. I agreed just to reassure him, but I knew what I saw wasn't a hallucination. The rest of the drive to my appointment was a blur. I was distracted during the entire checkup, though the doctor said everything with the baby looked perfect. I didn't mention the incident. I was afraid she'd note it in my chart, and suddenly I'd be flagged as the crazy pregnant lady having delusions. On the drive back, about 3 hours later, I approached that corner with my heart in my throat. I turned off the radio, slowed down, and even pulled over at exactly the same spot. Everything was normal, completely, boringly normal. The chickens were scratching and pecking at the ground. The horses were munching on hay near their shelter. The alpacas were doing their usual weird alpaca things. I could hear a rooster crowing somewhere and the distant bark of the farm dog. I sat there for probably 10 minutes just watching, half relieved and half terrified. Was I losing my mind? Did I hallucinate the whole thing? But it had been so vivid, so detailed. I'm not the type of person who sees things that aren't there. I called Daniel again and told him everything was back to normal. He sounded relieved and suggested maybe it was just a weird angle or trick of the light combined with pregnancy brain. I let him believe that because it was easier than arguing, but I knew better. Since that day, I've developed this strange ritual. Every time I drive that road, I turn off whatever I'm listening to as I approach that corner. I slow down and I watch, really watch. So far, everything has been normal every time. The animals move, the trees sway, life goes on. But I can't shake the memory of what I saw. The absolute stillness, the silence, the wrongness of it all. Sometimes I dream about it, but in my dreams I get out of the car and walk toward the farm. And as I get closer, I realize the animals aren't real animals at all. But I always wake up before I find out what they actually are. I've tried researching similar experiences online. The closest thing I can find are those stories about glitches in the Matrix, where people think reality briefly breaks down, or those creepy accounts of missing time, where people suddenly find themselves miles down the road with no memory of how they got there. But this wasn't missing time. If anything, it was the opposite. Like time was missing for everything except me. Like I somehow stepped outside the normal flow of reality for those few minutes. The most disturbing theory I've come up with, and believe me, I've had plenty of time to think about this, is that I somehow witnessed a moment where the world glitched. Like if we're living in a simulation, as some philosophers suggest, maybe I saw a processing error. Like that part of the world hadn't loaded properly when I got there. Or maybe, and this thought keeps me up at night, maybe I briefly slipped into somewhere else. Not our world, but something adjacent to it. Somewhere that looks like our reality, but isn't quite right. I haven't told anyone else about this. Daniel already thinks it was just pregnancy brain, and anyone else would probably think I'm making it up or losing it. But I know what I saw. And the thing that scares me most is wondering, what if it happens again? What if next time I'm not in my car where I can drive away? What if next time it's not just a farm that freezes, but everything? Or what if I'm the one who freezes while the rest of the world goes on without me? Every time I drive that road now, I hold my breath as I turn that corner. So far, the animals have always been moving, but I can't help feeling that something is watching me now, waiting to see if I notice the next time it happens. Because deep down, I know it will happen again. Whatever I saw that day, whatever brief tear in reality I witnessed, It's still out there. And sometimes when I look out my window at night toward where that farm is in the distance, I swear I can feel the stillness watching me back. I don't know if anyone will believe me, but I need to get this off my chest. I can't talk to my friends about it because they already think I'm losing it. And my family would probably suggest therapy. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. It started happening a few years ago. Small things disappearing without a trace. At first, I chalked it up to being forgetful or messy, but now I'm convinced something else is going on. The latest incident just happened yesterday, and I'm still freaking out about it. So Black Friday rolled around, and I'd been saving up for this gaming mouse I've had my eye on for months, the Logitech G Pro X Superlight. I'm pretty serious about gaming, and my old mouse was starting to double-click, which is basically a death sentence if you play FPS games like I do. When I saw it was 40% off, I immediately placed an order for pickup at Best Buy. I drove to the store after work, waited in line for about 25 minutes, not bad for Black Friday, got my mouse, and headed straight home. I was so excited to try it out. My Discord friends were already online waiting for me to join our usual Friday night session of Valorant. When I got home, I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter, kicked off my shoes, and practically ran to my gaming setup in the living room. My apartment isn't huge, just a one-bedroom place with an open-concept living room kitchen area. My gaming rig is set up against the wall opposite my TV, and I've got this comfortable gray couch that I sit on while I play. I booted up my PC, joined the Discord call, and told everyone about my new mouse. They were getting impatient because they'd been waiting for me to start playing, so I quickly opened the box while they were talking strategy for our first match. The packaging was really nice, that satisfying kind where everything has its place. The mouse itself was in this molded plastic tray, and underneath were the accessories: a USB charging cable, instruction manual, warranty card, a little microfiber cleaning cloth, and this sheet of these slick PTFE stickers that you can apply to the bottom of the mouse for better glide. My friends were already queuing up for a match, so I just plugged in the mouse, adjusted the DPI settings really quick, and set the accessories on the couch next to me. I specifically remember placing the sticker sheet on top of the instruction manual about 8 inches to my right. The cleaning cloth was right beside it. I figured I'd put the stickers on after we finished playing. We ended up playing for about 2 hours straight. I was absolutely dominating with the new mouse. The accuracy was insane compared to my old one. After we won our 5th match in a row, we decided to take a short break. I stretched, grabbed a Red Bull from the fridge, and came back to apply those stickers. That's when things got weird. I sat back down and reached for the sticker sheet, but it wasn't there. The instruction manual and cleaning cloth were exactly where I'd left them, but the stickers were gone. At first, I thought maybe they'd slipped between the cushions, so I stuck my hand in there and felt around. Nothing. Then I thought maybe they'd fallen on the floor, so I got up and checked under the couch, under the coffee table, even under my desk a few feet away. Nothing. I literally got on my hands and knees with my phone flashlight and scanned every inch of the floor. Those stickers had completely vanished. I remembered very clearly placing them on top of the manual. I hadn't moved from that spot except to get my drink, and I definitely hadn't picked up the stickers at any point. My apartment door was locked, windows closed, and I live alone. There was absolutely no explanation for where they could have gone. My friends were getting impatient in Discord, asking what was taking so long. How do you explain to people that you're freaking out because a sheet of stickers literally disappeared into thin air? I just told them I needed to use the bathroom and would be right back. I spent another 10 minutes searching the entire living room. I checked ridiculous places. Inside the box the mouse came in, even though I knew I'd taken everything out. Under the TV stand, behind the couch, even in the kitchen in case I'd absent-mindedly carried them there when I got my drink. They were just gone. This might sound like a minor thing to get worked up about, but the problem is that this isn't the first time something like this has happened to me. It's been going on for years, and it's starting to seriously mess with my head. About 3 years ago, I dropped my favorite guitar pick between the seats in my car while driving. It was this limited edition Jim Dunlop tortoiseshell pick that my dad had given me. When I parked and tried to retrieve it, I couldn't find it anywhere. I literally took a flashlight and searched every crack and crevice in that car. I even pulled the seats forward as far as they would go, but that pick had simply vanished. A few months later, I had my car professionally detailed as a birthday gift from my mom. I specifically asked the guy to look for my guitar pick if he happened to find it when cleaning under the seats. He said he'd keep an eye out. When I picked up the car, he told me he'd removed the seats completely to vacuum underneath, and there was nothing there. No pick, no trash, nothing. It was like the pick had fallen into another dimension. Another time, I was working on a school project and had printed out a set of important graphs I needed. I set them on my desk, stepped away to grab a snack, and when I came back, one specific page was missing. I never found it. The window was closed, there was no breeze, and no one else was home. The page was just gone. These incidents have been happening more and more frequently. A pair of sunglasses I set on my nightstand, a birthday card from my grandmother that was on the refrigerator, a USB drive containing important work files that I distinctly remember putting in my backpack's front pocket. Each time, I've torn apart my apartment looking for these items. I've checked every logical and illogical place they could possibly be. I've retraced my steps, questioned if I was misremembering where I put them, even accused my friends of playing pranks on me. But deep down, I know what's happening. These things are literally disappearing from existence. Yesterday's incident with the mouse stickers broke me because it happened while I was sitting right there. The stickers were on the couch beside me, and then they weren't. There's no rational explanation. I didn't fall asleep. I didn't leave the room. I didn't move them. They just ceased to exist. I eventually gave up looking and went back to gaming with my friends, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept replaying that moment, reaching over to grab the stickers and finding nothing but the manual and cloth, exactly where I left them. No sign that anything had ever been disturbed. After my friends logged off, I sat in silence for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. I even went through the garbage to see if I'd somehow thrown the stickers away without realizing it. Nothing. I'm starting to think there's something wrong with certain spaces in my environment. Like there are these pockets or thin spots where reality doesn't work properly. I know how that sounds, but what else could explain physical objects disappearing while everything around them stays in place? The area next to my couch seems to be one of these spots. The space between the seats in my car is definitely another. I'm starting to map these places in my mind, these danger zones where things vanish. Last night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the things I've lost over the years. Were they all connected to the same phenomenon? Is there some pattern I'm missing? Am I losing my grip on reality? This morning, I did something that probably seems crazy. I conducted an experiment. I placed a sticky note on the exact spot where the stickers had disappeared from my couch. I wrote "test" on it with a Sharpie, took a photo of it with my phone, and then went to take a shower. When I came back 15 minutes later, the sticky note was still there. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe there was a logical explanation for the stickers after all. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The sticky note was still there, but the word test was gone. The Sharpie writing had vanished, leaving behind a completely blank yellow square. I checked the photo on my phone to confirm I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, the photo showed the sticky note with test clearly written on it. I'm sitting at my kitchen table writing this now, as far away from the couch as possible while still being in my apartment. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to call someone, a friend, my parents, hell, even a paranormal investigator if those are real. But what would I say? Things keep disappearing from my apartment and I think reality is broken. They'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Physical objects vanishing without a trace? Not just misplaced or forgotten, but completely gone from existence. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I'm scared to use certain areas of my own home now. I'm afraid to put anything important down near that spot on the couch. What if next time it's something bigger than stickers or a sticky note? What if next time it's something I can't replace? And the scariest thought of all, what if one day it's not an object that disappears? What if it's me? I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened last month. I don't normally post stuff like this online, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. I swear I'm not making this up, and I'm not crazy or on drugs. I know what I saw. I'm a junior at Westridge High, and this semester we have to take this mandatory typing class. It's basically just an hour of practicing on this website to improve our typing speed. Not the most exciting class, but whatever. My best friend Amanda is in the same class, which makes it more bearable. I don't have a laptop. My parents say I need to earn it by getting my grades up first. So Amanda lets me use her old iPad with this Bluetooth keyboard she brings. She's always been super nice like that. Here's where things get weird. Amanda's keyboard was mint green. I'm 100% certain of this. It wasn't like a vague memory or something I glimpsed once. I used this keyboard 3 times a week for over a month. The mint green matched her notebook and her mechanical pencil perfectly. Amanda's always been into color coordination, and mint green has been her thing since, like, freshman year. Her backpack, water bottle, phone case, all mint green. I even remember specifically commenting on it during the second week of class. We were sitting in the back row, and I said something like, "I love how your keyboard matches everything else. Where did you get it?" She told me she ordered it online specifically because it matched her stuff. I even considered buying one myself because it looked so nice. Then I got sick with a really bad flu and missed a week of school. Nothing unusual about that. It was going around, and several other kids were out too. When I came back the following Monday, I sat down next to Amanda like usual, and she pulled out her iPad and keyboard. But something was wrong. The keyboard wasn't mint green anymore. It was black, just a standard, boring black keyboard. I figured she must have gotten a new one, so I asked, "What happened to your mint green keyboard? I liked that one." The look she gave me was so weird, like I had just spoken another language or something. "What mint green keyboard?" she asked, looking genuinely confused. I laughed, thinking she was messing with me. The one you've been letting me use for the past month? The one that matches your notebook and pencil?" She shook her head slowly. "My keyboard has always been black, Pam. I've never had a mint green one." I thought she was joking at first, but her face was completely serious. There wasn't even a hint of a smile. Amanda's a terrible liar. She always cracks up when she tries to prank me. But she wasn't laughing. She genuinely seemed to have no idea what I was talking about. But it matched all your other stuff, I insisted, getting that first creepy feeling in my stomach. You told me you ordered it specifically because it was mint green. She just kept shaking her head. No, I didn't. I've had this same black keyboard since last year. Are you feeling okay? Maybe you're still a bit out of it from being sick? I felt like I was losing my mind. I know what I saw. I know the keyboard was mint green. I had used it multiple times a week for over a month. I had specifically commented on the color. This wasn't some vague memory or something I'd glimpsed in passing. I had literally held this mint green keyboard in my hands for hours. You're seriously telling me your keyboard was never mint green? I asked, my voice getting a little shaky. Never, she said firmly. It's always been black. Are you thinking of someone else's keyboard, maybe? But I wasn't. Amanda was the only person who brought a keyboard to class. Everyone else just used the school computers or their laptops. I tried to let it go, but I couldn't focus on typing at all that day. I kept glancing at the black keyboard in my hands, feeling like something was fundamentally wrong with the world. It wasn't just that the keyboard had changed color. It was that Amanda had no memory of it ever being a different color. That scared me more than anything. After class, I decided to ask some of our classmates. Maybe someone else would remember the mint green keyboard, and I could prove I wasn't going crazy. I approached Jasmine and Tyler, who sit near us in class. Hey, quick question. What color is Amanda's keyboard? They both looked at me like I was asking the stupidest question ever. Black? Jasmine said, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, black. Why? Tyler added. Has it always been black? I pressed, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. They both nodded, and Jasmine said, As far as I can remember, yeah. I must have looked really freaked out because Tyler asked if I was okay. I just mumbled something about being confused and walked away. I asked 3 more people that day. All of them said the same thing. Amanda's keyboard had always been black. No one remembered it being mint green. No one. Until I asked Randy. Randy sits 2 rows in front of us and usually keeps to himself. When I asked him about the keyboard, he started to say black just like everyone else, but then stopped mid-word. Actually, wait, he said, his forehead wrinkling in confusion. It was mint, wasn't it? Hey, Mandy, he called across the room to Amanda. Why did you change the keys? My heart literally skipped a beat. I wasn't crazy, someone else remembered. But Amanda looked completely baffled. What are you talking about? My keyboard has always been black. Randy looked from Amanda to me, then back to Amanda. A weird expression crossed his face, like he was trying to remember something that kept slipping away. Oh, I guess I was thinking of something else, he said after a moment. But he didn't sound convinced. He gave me this look. I can't really describe it, but it was like he knew something wasn't right, but couldn't quite place what it was. I cornered him after school that day, practically begging him to tell me what he remembered. I could have sworn it was mint green, he said quietly, like he was afraid someone would overhear. But now I'm not sure. Maybe I'm mixing it up with her notebook or something. You're not, I insisted. It was mint green. I know it was. Then why does everyone else remember it being black? He asked. Including Amanda? I didn't have an answer for that. I still don't. The weirdest part came the next day. I decided to ask our typing teacher, Mr. Bennett. He's super observant and always notices when someone gets a haircut or new shoes. So I figured if anyone would remember the keyboard changing color, it would be him. But nope. According to Mr. Bennett, Amanda's keyboard had always been black. "I've never seen Amanda with a mint green keyboard," he said firmly. "Are you sure you're not confusing her with someone else?" I wasn't. I know I wasn't. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the keyboard, trying to figure out if there was any logical explanation. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Was I remembering someone else's keyboard? But no, I specifically remembered Amanda's mint green keyboard matching her other supplies. I remembered commenting on it. I remembered using it. I even tried looking through my phone for any pictures where the keyboard might be visible in the background, but I couldn't find any. Amanda and I had taken a few selfies in class, but the keyboard wasn't in frame in any of them. The next day, I made one last desperate attempt. During lunch, I asked Amanda if I could see her online order history on her phone. I told her I wanted to look for a keyboard for myself. She handed her phone over without hesitation. I scrolled through her Amazon orders from the past 6 months. There it was, an order for a Bluetooth keyboard from 3 months ago, right before the semester started. But it wasn't mint green, it was black. The exact same black keyboard she had now. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped her phone. According to her order history, she had never purchased a mint green keyboard, ever. "Are you okay?" Amanda asked, taking her phone back. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I felt like I had. I mumbled something about feeling sick again and went to the bathroom, where I sat in a stall trying not to have a panic attack. I know what I saw. I know what I touched and used for weeks. It was mint green. But now it's black, and apparently it's always been black according to everyone except me, and briefly Randy, before he seemed to forget too. I've spent hours researching online, trying to find some explanation. The closest thing I've found is something called the Mandela effect, where large groups of people share the same false memory. But this isn't like that. It's just me and maybe Randy, who remember things differently than everyone else. I've read about parallel universes and quantum shifts and all kinds of sci-fi stuff, but none of it seems real enough to explain what happened. Did I somehow slip into a parallel timeline where Amanda's keyboard was always black? Did reality itself change? Or am I just losing my mind? It's been a month now, and I still use Amanda's keyboard in typing class, the black one. I've stopped bringing it up because people are starting to look at me funny, and Amanda seems worried about me. I don't blame her. I'm worried about me too. It's such a small thing, just the color of a keyboard. It shouldn't matter, but it does. Because if I can't trust my own memory about something so simple and specific, what else might be wrong? What else might change without warning? Sometimes I catch Randy looking at me in class with this weird expression, like he wants to say something but can't find the words. I wonder if he remembers the mint green keyboard too, but is too afraid to admit it. I wonder if he feels the same creeping dread I do every time he looks at that black keyboard. I've started taking pictures of everything important to me. My room, my clothes, my family. I keep them in a hidden folder on my phone, checking them regularly to make sure nothing else has changed. So far, everything else seems normal. It's just the keyboard. But that's enough. That's enough to make me question everything. I don't know what happened during that week I was sick. I don't know if I somehow slipped between realities or if there's some perfectly logical explanation I'm missing. All I know is that Amanda's keyboard was mint green, and now it's black. It's always been black, according to everyone else. Except I know what I saw. I know what I touched. I know what I used. And it wasn't black. I still can't make sense of what happened last Saturday. It's been 5 days, and I've spent every night since then staring at my ceiling, trying to understand if the universe was playing some sick joke on me, or if there's something more to reality than what we perceive. My daughter Emma was turning 8 the following weekend, and she'd been obsessed with plants lately. Not just any plants, specifically succulents. For months, she'd been collecting these little cacti and aloe plants, naming each one and treating them like pets. Her birthday wish was to expand her plant family. So I promised to set up a small garden area in her bedroom with new pots, soil, and a few additions to her collection. I'd been putting off buying the plant pots until the last minute. Typical me. My wife Sarah had been reminding me all week, but between work deadlines and coaching Emma's soccer practice, it kept slipping my mind. By Saturday morning, I was out of excuses. "John, seriously, you need to get those pots today," Sarah said while making breakfast. "The party's next weekend, and we need time to set everything up." I know. I'll head out after lunch," I promised. After scarfing down a sandwich, I grabbed my keys and phone. Our town, Riverdale, isn't huge, but it's not tiny either. Roughly 100,000 houses spread across various neighborhoods. I've lived here my whole life, but there are still plenty of areas I've never set foot in. I pulled up Facebook Marketplace on my phone and searched for plant pots. Several listings popped up, but one caught my eye, a set of 5 colorful ceramic pots with drainage holes, perfect for Emma's succulents. The seller's name was Lucy, and she was asking $25 for all of them. The pictures looked good, and her profile showed she'd been a reliable seller in the past. I messaged her. "Hi, are the plant pots still available? I could pick them up today if possible." She responded almost immediately. "Yes, they're still available. I'll be home all afternoon. My address is 26 Oakwood Lane." I plugged the address into my GPS. It was about a 15-minute drive to a neighborhood I rarely visited. As I backed out of my driveway, I remembered something else: the balloon inflator. Emma wanted balloon animals at her party, and my friend Melissa had one of those helium tanks she'd offered to lend me. "Crap," I muttered to myself. I'd completely forgotten about picking that up, too. I should have messaged Melissa first to see if she was home, but I was already on my way to get the pots, and I had no idea where Melissa even lived these days. We were college friends who reconnected a few years ago, but mostly kept in touch through social media and occasional coffee meetups. I'd never been to her new place since she moved back to Riverdale last year. I decided to focus on one errand at a time. The balloon inflator could wait until tomorrow or even next week. The party was still 8 days away. Following my GPS, I drove through unfamiliar streets until I reached Oakwood Lane. It was a nice neighborhood, older homes with character, tall trees lining the street, and well-maintained yards. The GPS announced, "You have arrived at your destination," as I pulled up to what looked like house number 22. I double-checked the address on my phone. Lucy had said 26 Oakwood Lane. I squinted at the house numbers and realized I was looking at number 22, not 26. The houses were set pretty far apart, and the numbers were small. I could have easily driven to 26, but for some reason, I decided to park and walk the rest of the way. It was a nice day, and I figured I could use the steps. As I approached what I thought was house number 22, I noticed a woman gardening in the front yard. Something about her seemed vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. She looked up as I walked toward her driveway. "Can I help you?" she asked, standing up and removing her gardening gloves. When I saw her face clearly, I stopped dead in my tracks. It was Melissa, my friend Melissa. "Melissa," I said, completely confused. "Do you live here?" Her expression shifted from polite curiosity to recognition, then confusion. "John, what are you doing here?" she asked, looking genuinely surprised to see me. My mind was racing. Was this some weird coincidence? Had I somehow ended up at Melissa's house while looking for Lucy's place? I was looking for a house on this street," I stammered. Is this your house?" "Yeah, I moved here last year, remember? I mentioned it when we had coffee at Riverside Cafe." I vaguely recalled her mentioning a move, but I never knew the address. What were the odds that I'd randomly end up at her house while looking for someone else entirely? "This is so weird," I said. "I'm supposed to be picking up some plant pots from someone named Lucy. She said her address was 26 Oakwood Lane." Melissa gave me an odd look. "This is 22 Oakwood Lane. Lucy lives at 26. She's my neighbor, 4 houses down." My skin prickled with goosebumps. What were the chances? Out of the entire city, with thousands of houses, I'd somehow ended up at my friend's house, a friend whose address I didn't even know, while looking for someone else who happened to live just a few doors down. "Wait," Melissa said, still looking confused. "If you didn't know I lived here, why are you at my house?" "I honestly don't know," I replied. "The GPS said I arrived at my destination and I just stopped. I thought this was 26, but I clearly read the number wrong." Melissa's brow furrowed. "That's strange. But as long as you're here, do you want to come in for a minute? I was just about to take a break from gardening anyway." I nodded, still trying to process this bizarre coincidence. As we walked toward her front door, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Lucy. "Just checking if you're still coming for the pots." I quickly replied, "Yes, on my way. Got slightly turned around, but will be there in a few minutes." Melissa led me into her living room, which was bright and cozy with plants everywhere. She'd always had a green thumb. Her laptop was open on the coffee table with a paused video call visible on the screen. "Sorry, I was in the middle of a call with my sister when I saw you in the driveway," she explained. "Give me 1 sec to tell her I'll call back." As Melissa briefly resumed her call to say goodbye, I stood there feeling increasingly unsettled. The coincidence was too perfect, too precise. I hadn't made any arrangements with Melissa to pick up the balloon inflator. I hadn't even told her what day I might come by. Yet here I was, at her house, by complete accident. When she finished her call, Melissa turned to me with a curious expression. "So, what brings you to this neighborhood anyway? You said something about plant pots." "Yeah, for Emma's birthday. She's really into succulents now, and I promised her a little garden setup for her birthday next weekend." Melissa's eyes lit up. "That's right. Her birthday party. How old is she turning again?" 8, I replied. "She's having a few friends over for a backyard party. Nothing fancy, but she's excited." "That sounds adorable," Melissa said. Then she added, "Oh, before I forget, let me grab that balloon inflator for you. I assume that's partly why you're here?" I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't mentioned the balloon inflator. I hadn't told her I needed it today. I hadn't even confirmed with her that I still wanted to borrow it. "How did you know I needed the balloon inflator today?" I asked, my voice slightly strained. Melissa paused at the entrance to her hallway. "Didn't you message me about it? I could have sworn you said you'd be picking it up this weekend." "No," I said slowly. "I mean, we talked about it a few weeks ago when I mentioned Emma's birthday, but I never confirmed when I'd get it. I was actually going to text you tomorrow about it." Melissa looked genuinely confused. "That's weird. I could have sworn... Well, anyway, let me get it for you. It's in the closet." As she disappeared down the hallway, I tried to make sense of what was happening. Had I texted her and forgotten? No, I was certain I hadn't. I checked my message history with Melissa to confirm. Our last exchange was from 2 weeks ago, talking about meeting for coffee sometime, with no mention of the balloon inflator. A minute later, Melissa returned carrying a red helium tank with a nozzle attachment. Here you go. It should have enough helium for at least 30 balloons. I used it for my nephew's party last month, but it was still half full when I finished. I took the tank, feeling increasingly disoriented. Thanks, Melissa. This is really helpful. She studied my face. You look weird. Is everything okay? Yeah, it's just... I hesitated, not sure how to explain the strange feeling I had. This is a really odd coincidence. I didn't plan to come here today. I didn't even know where you lived. I was just looking for these plant pots, and somehow I ended up at your house. Melissa crossed her arms, looking at me skeptically. Are you sure you didn't subconsciously remember my address from somewhere? Maybe I mentioned the street name before. No, I'm positive. I was following GPS to Lucy's house and somehow ended up here instead. And now you happen to have the balloon inflator ready, which I hadn't even arranged to pick up yet. When you put it that way, it does sound pretty strange, Melissa admitted. But coincidences happen, right? I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. This felt like more than coincidence. It felt like something had guided me here, like some invisible force had orchestrated this entire scenario. I should probably head over to Lucy's and get those pots, I said, eager to complete my original errand and try to shake off this unsettling feeling. Want me to show you which house is hers? It's just a short walk, Melissa offered. Sure, that would be great. We stepped outside, and Melissa pointed down the street. It's that blue house with the white trim, number 26. I could see it from where we stood, 4 houses down, just as she'd said. I thanked Melissa again for the balloon inflator and headed toward Lucy's place, my mind still racing. As I approached house number 26, I couldn't help looking back at Melissa's house. She was still standing in her driveway, watching me with a puzzled expression. I waved, and she waved back before returning inside. Lucy answered the door almost immediately after I knocked. She was a middle-aged woman with curly red hair and a friendly smile. You must be Jonathan, she said. Come on in. I've got the pots all ready for you. I followed her inside, where 5 beautiful ceramic pots sat on her dining table. They were perfect, different sizes and colors, exactly what Emma would love. These are great, I said, examining them. My daughter will be thrilled. How old is your daughter? Lucy asked, as she wrapped each pot in newspaper for safer transport. She's turning 8 next weekend. She's really into plants right now. Lucy smiled. That's adorable. My son went through a rock collecting phase at that age. Kids and their collections, right? I nodded, still distracted by the bizarre sequence of events that had led me here. As Lucy continued wrapping the pots, I found myself asking, Do you know your neighbor, Melissa, at number 22? Oh, Melissa? Yes, she's lovely. Moved in about a year ago. We're not close friends or anything, but we chat sometimes when we're both out gardening. She has the most amazing vegetable garden in her backyard. That sounds like Melissa, I said. She's actually an old friend of mine from college. Lucy looked up, surprised. Really? What a small world. And now you're buying plant pots from me? That's quite a coincidence. You have no idea, I muttered. After paying for the pots and carefully placing them in a box Lucy provided, I thanked her and headed back to my car. The balloon inflator was already in my trunk, and now I had the plant pots too. 2 errands completed in one unexpected trip. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something inexplicable had happened. The mathematical probabilities were astronomical. Riverdale has around 100,000 houses. What were the chances that I would accidentally end up at the house of a friend whose address I didn't know, while looking for someone else who happened to live just 4 houses away? And what were the chances that I'd arrive precisely when Melissa had the balloon inflator ready, despite never arranging to pick it up that day? It was as if some unseen hand had guided events, creating a perfect alignment that allowed me to complete 2 separate errands in one trip without any planning on my part. I felt like I'd briefly stepped into some kind of alternate reality where coincidences of this magnitude were possible. When I got home, Sarah noticed my distracted expression as I carried in the plant pots and balloon inflator. "Did you get everything okay?" she asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I set everything down on the kitchen counter. "I think I experienced something impossible today." I told her the whole story. How I'd accidentally gone to Melissa's house without knowing her address, how she had the balloon inflator ready despite no arrangements, how Lucy happened to be her neighbor. Sarah listened, her expression shifting from interest to skepticism. "That is weird," she admitted when I finished. "But maybe it's just one of those strange coincidences that happen sometimes. Life is full of them." "This wasn't just a coincidence, Sarah. The odds are I can't even calculate them. It's like I slipped into some kind of time loop or parallel universe where everything aligned perfectly." Sarah smiled and patted my arm. "Or maybe your subconscious remembered something about Melissa's address that you'd forgotten consciously. And maybe you did text her about the balloon inflator and just forgot." I shook my head. I checked my messages. There was nothing. "Well, in any case, you got everything done in one trip, so that's good, right?" I nodded, but I couldn't let it go. That night, I lay awake, replaying the events in my mind. How had I ended up at Melissa's house? Why had she been expecting me? What force or cosmic alignment had created this impossible situation? I checked my phone again, scrolling through weeks of messages with Melissa. Nothing about picking up the balloon inflator today. Nothing about her address. Yet somehow, I'd found myself exactly where I needed to be, at exactly the right time. 5 days have passed, and I still don't have answers. I've mentioned it to a few friends who had reactions similar to Sarah's, interest followed by rational explanations and dismissal. But I know what I experienced wasn't normal. It wasn't just coincidence. Sometimes I wonder if reality is more fluid than we realize, if time isn't as linear as we think, if there are moments when the fabric of our existence thins, allowing glimpses of other possibilities, other timelines. Or maybe I really did just make a simple mistake with an address and experienced an unlikely coincidence. But deep down, I don't believe that. Something happened that day on Oakwood Lane, something I can't explain, something that challenges everything I thought I knew about how the world works. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder, if it happened once, could it happen again? Is this just the beginning of a larger pattern? Are there more impossible coincidences waiting for me around the corner? I don't have answers, but I know that whenever I drive near Oakwood Lane now, I get that same prickling sensation on my skin, the feeling that I'm close to the spot where, just for a moment, reality bent itself to create the impossible. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this down after all this time. Maybe it's because I almost died recently, or maybe it's because I still wake up at night thinking about it. I've never told anyone the full story because honestly, who would believe me? but I need to get this off my chest, even if it's just throwing it out into the void. 3 weeks ago, I narrowly escaped being burned alive, and weirdly, that's not even the most disturbing thing that's happened to me. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It all started about 3 years ago. I was in Gaithersburg, Maryland for a work training seminar at this place called the Washingtonian, one of those generic conference centers attached to a motel right off the highway. Nothing special. The kind of place with stale danishes and lukewarm coffee in styrofoam cups. I flew in from Chicago that morning, picked up my rental car, a forgettable beige Toyota something, and headed to the seminar. The parking lot was packed when I got there. Apparently, there were multiple events happening that day. I had to park way in the back, almost at the edge of the lot where it borders I-270. I remember being annoyed about having to walk so far in my uncomfortable dress shoes. I was already running late, and my boss was presenting first. I grabbed my laptop bag from the passenger seat, locked the car, and started walking toward the building. That's when it happened, the moment that would mess with my head for years. As I was walking across that sun-baked parking lot, I suddenly felt weird, like something was pulling at my attention. I can't explain it exactly, but it was this overwhelming feeling that I needed to look up at the highway. Not like a noise caught my attention, more like my brain was being yanked in that direction. I stopped walking and turned toward I-270. A silver Porsche 914 was driving past. Not speeding, just cruising along with the flow of traffic. I'd never particularly cared about Porsches before, and this wasn't even a new model. It was vintage, probably from the 70s. But for some reason, I couldn't take my eyes off it. I stood there frozen, watching it until it disappeared from view. The whole thing probably lasted 5 seconds, but it felt much longer. What freaked me out was how intensely focused I was on that car. It wasn't normal. I'm not a car guy. I couldn't have told you what a Porsche 914 even was before that moment. But watching that silver car drive by felt significant in a way I couldn't explain. I shook it off and went to my seminar. The rest of the day was totally normal. Boring presentations, awkward networking, the usual corporate stuff. But that silver Porsche stuck with me. I kept thinking about it during breaks, even looked it up on my phone. It was a quirky little sports car made between 1969 and 1976, with the engine mounted in the middle, behind the seats. Not even Porsche's most popular model. When I got back to Chicago, I couldn't stop thinking about that car. I started researching Porsche 914s online, joining forums, looking at classified ads. I convinced myself it was just a midlife crisis thing. I was turning 40, after all. But the pull toward that specific car was unnaturally strong. Eventually, I found one for sale, a 1973 silver Porsche 914, restored but with original parts. The price was steep, especially for what's essentially a 50-year-old Volkswagen with a Porsche badge. But I didn't care. I drained a chunk of my savings and bought it. My wife thought I was crazy, especially since we lived in Chicago, where sports cars are useless half the year. But something about owning that specific car felt right, like I was supposed to have it. Fast forward to 3 weeks ago. I had a business meeting in D.C. and decided to drive down from Chicago instead of flying. I wanted to take the Porsche on a road trip, let it stretch its legs on the highway. The car had been running great, and the forecast was perfect. I left early, and the drive was smooth. I was on I-270 approaching Gaithersburg around 10 a.m. It was a clear day, light traffic, and the little flat-six engine was humming along perfectly. As I got closer to the Washingtonian, I wasn't even thinking about that weird moment from 3 years earlier. I was just enjoying the drive. Then I saw him, standing at the edge of the parking lot, staring directly at me. Was me. Not someone who looked like me. It was me, wearing the exact same clothes I'd worn to that seminar 3 years ago. Navy blue suit, light blue shirt, striped tie. Even from the highway, I could see the stunned expression on my own face. It hit me like a physical blow. My hands clenched the steering wheel so hard, my knuckles turned white. I nearly swerved off the road as the realization crashed over me. I wasn't randomly fixated on some car 3 years ago. I was watching myself drive by. I was both people in this impossible scenario, the guy in the parking lot and the guy in the car. The world seemed to tilt sideways. I started hyperventilating. My vision tunneled, and I remember thinking I was going to pass out while driving 65 km/h. Somehow I managed to signal and pull onto the next exit, which happened to lead back to the Washingtonian. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer. I pulled into the same parking lot and screeched to a halt. I had to find myself, my past self, and what? What was I going to do? Warn him? About what? Stop him from buying the car? That would create a paradox, because then I wouldn't be here now. My thoughts were racing in circles. I jumped out of the car and ran toward where I'd seen myself standing, but the parking lot was nearly empty. Just a few random cars, none parked where my rental had been 3 years ago. My past self was gone. Of course he was. I remembered walking into the building for the seminar after watching the Porsche drive by. Past me had no idea what had just happened. I stood there in the parking lot, sweating through my shirt despite the cool spring air. A maintenance guy working nearby gave me a strange look, probably wondering why I was frantically scanning an empty parking lot. I must have looked deranged. I got back in my car and just sat there, trying to process what had happened. It was impossible. People don't encounter themselves from different time periods. That's sci-fi movie stuff, not real life. But I knew what I'd seen, both 3 years ago and just now. There was no mistaking it. I canceled my meeting in D.C. and checked into the Washingtonian. I couldn't drive anymore. I was too shaken. I spent the whole day in my room trying to make sense of it. I even went back to that spot in the parking lot multiple times, half expecting to see myself again, but nothing happened. The next morning, I decided to drive home. What else could I do? I couldn't explain what had happened, and I certainly couldn't tell anyone. I just wanted to get back to normal life and try to forget about it. I took a different route home, avoiding I-270 entirely. The Porsche was running perfectly, and as the miles rolled by, I started to calm down. Maybe I'd had some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Maybe the guy in the parking lot just looked similar to me. I tried to rationalize it away. I was about 3 hours from home, driving on a rural highway through western Pennsylvania, when I smelled something burning. At first, I thought it was coming from outside, maybe a nearby field being cleared. But the smell got stronger, and then I heard a pop from behind me. That's when I remembered. The engine in a Porsche 914 is directly behind the driver's seat. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw smoke starting to seep into the cabin from behind the firewall. Pure survival instinct kicked in. I'd read about 914 fires on the forums. They can go from small to catastrophic in seconds because of the magnesium engine case. When magnesium burns, it's practically unstoppable. I hit the brakes, steered onto the shoulder, and was already opening the door before the car fully stopped. I lunged out, stumbled, and rolled across the gravel. My phone and wallet went flying from my pockets, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from the car. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I'd made it about 20 yards when I heard a whoosh, followed by a loud bang. I turned around to see my beautiful silver Porsche engulfed in flames. The fire was intense, bright white in places where the magnesium was burning. Black smoke billowed up, and even from where I stood, I could feel the heat. A passing truck driver stopped and called 911, but there was nothing to be done. By the time the fire department arrived, the car was a smoldering shell. The firefighter told me I was lucky to be alive. Apparently, these old Porsches can become death traps in seconds when they catch fire. 2 days later, I received a recall notice in the mail, forwarded from the previous owner. Porsche was recalling certain vintage 914 models due to deteriorating fuel injector lines that could cause catastrophic fires. The notice had been issued weeks earlier, but got lost in the mail. Here's the thing that keeps me up at night. If I hadn't been on that specific stretch of highway, if I'd been in heavy traffic or an area without a shoulder, I'd be dead. I had maybe 5 seconds from the first sign of trouble to get out of that car. 5 seconds between life and death. And I can't stop thinking, was this connected to the impossible thing I saw earlier that day? Was I meant to buy that specific car? Was I meant to survive that fire? Or was it all just random coincidence? I've been browsing online listings for Porsche 914s again. My wife thinks I'm insane after what happened, but I can't explain the pull I feel toward getting another one, specifically another silver one. It's like there's still something unfinished about this whole experience. I don't believe in fate or destiny or any of that stuff. I'm a rational person. But I saw myself across time, and I can't explain it. I just know it happened. And now I feel like I'm still caught in some kind of loop that isn't complete. Maybe buying another silver 914 is dangerous. Maybe it's exactly what I'm supposed to do. Either way, I think about that moment on I-270 every single day. I was in 2 places at once, experiencing the same moment from 2 different perspectives, 3 years apart. How is that possible? I don't expect answers. I just needed to write this down somewhere. If anyone has experienced anything remotely similar, please let me know, because right now, I feel like I'm going crazy trying to make sense of something that defies all logic. And I can't shake the feeling that it's not over yet. I'm still trying to piece together what happened to me. If I talk about it out loud to anyone, even to my husband, I know they'll just suggest I see a therapist. But I know I'm not crazy. I know what I experienced was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. 6 months ago, I woke up confused in a bed I recognized but shouldn't have been in. For a split second, I thought I'd had a vivid dream, but then the crushing realization hit me. My entire life, the one I had been living just moments before, was gone. I remember that morning so clearly. The sun was coming through unfamiliar yet familiar curtains, the weight of a different body next to me, the panic rising in my throat. I remember clawing at the sheets, whispering, "No, no, no, I don't want to leave him. He won't understand why I'm gone." I felt like I'd been yanked out of one life and dropped into another. Like someone had switched channels on the TV that was my existence. And this new channel? It was my life, but not the one I had been living for years. In the life I had just left, I was married to David. We lived in a small house with blue shutters in Portland. We had a garden where we grew tomatoes every summer. David was a high school history teacher with a passion for World War II documentaries. We'd been together for 6 years. I could recall every detail, how he always put too much pepper on his eggs, how he sang off-key in the shower, how he would hold my hand during scary movies, even though he was more frightened than I was. But in this bed, in this life I suddenly found myself in, I was married to Michael. We apparently lived in Seattle. We'd been together for 8 years according to the wedding photos on the dresser. I worked as a graphic designer in this reality, the same career I had with David. But everything else was different. That first morning, I locked myself in the bathroom and had a complete breakdown. I knew everything about David, his social security number, his parents' names, Margaret and Thomas, the scar on his left knee from a childhood bike accident, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. It was all so vivid, so detailed. This wasn't a dream. You don't dream entire lifetimes with that level of specificity. When Michael knocked on the bathroom door asking if I was okay, I nearly jumped out of my skin. His voice was deep and kind, but it wasn't David's voice. I didn't know this man, yet according to everything around me, we'd been married for years. "I'm fine," I managed to say, "just feeling a little sick." I splashed water on my face and stared at my reflection. I looked the same, but there were subtle differences. My hair was longer than I remembered. I had a small freckle near my right eye that I didn't recall. Was this even my body? That first day was the hardest. I went through the motions pretending I knew what I was doing. Michael made breakfast. Apparently he did that every Saturday morning. Pancakes with blueberries. I watched him move around the kitchen with the ease of someone who'd done this hundreds of times before. In his reality, he had. "You're quiet today," he said, sliding a plate in front of me. "Just tired," I replied, trying to act normal while screaming inside. I excused myself after breakfast and went to what appeared to be my office in this life. I sat at the desk and turned on the computer. The password was saved, thankfully. I began searching frantically for any trace of David. Social media, phone records, email, anything. Nothing. It was as if he had never existed. I searched for our address in Portland. The house existed, but it was owned by a family named Johnson. I looked up the high school where he taught. It was there, but no David Roberts on the staff directory. I even tried calling his parents' number, which I knew by heart. A young woman answered, completely unfamiliar. Wrong number. As the hours passed, something strange began to happen. Details about David started to blur around the edges. I couldn't quite remember what his voice sounded like anymore. The layout of our house became fuzzy. It was like trying to hold on to water. The harder I tried to keep the memories intact, the faster they slipped away. By dinner time, I couldn't remember which side of the bed he preferred. By the time I went to sleep that night, I couldn't recall the color of his eyes. Was it hazel? Blue? I couldn't be sure anymore. I cried myself to sleep that night while Michael snored gently beside me. I was mourning someone who, in this reality, had never existed, and I was terrified by how quickly I was forgetting him. The next morning, I woke up with a desperate need to write everything down before it disappeared. I found a notebook and began frantically scribbling everything I could still remember about David. His birthday, March 15th. The way he took his coffee, black with 1 sugar. Our anniversary, September 8th. The name of our first pet, a goldfish named Fitzgerald. But even as I wrote, I could feel the memories fading. By lunchtime, I couldn't remember his mother's name anymore. Margaret, Marjorie, Mary, it was slipping away. This pattern continued for days. Every morning, I'd wake up having lost more pieces of my life with David. The process was agonizing, like watching someone you love die in slow motion, except it wasn't just them dying, but the entire life you'd built together. Everything was being systematically erased. Meanwhile, memories of this life, my life with Michael, began filling in the gaps. I suddenly remembered our first date at a Thai restaurant in Capitol Hill. I remembered our honeymoon in Bali. I remembered the fight we had last Christmas about visiting his parents. These weren't new memories being created. They felt old, established, like they'd always been there but had been temporarily blocked. It was as if my brain was rewiring itself, deleting one set of memories and reinstating another. By the end of the week, David was becoming more concept than person. I could remember loving someone named David, but his face was a blur. I couldn't remember the sound of his laugh or the feel of his hand in mine. 2 weeks after that morning, I found the notebook where I'd written down all those details about him. Reading it was like reading about a stranger. David likes World War II documentaries. Who was David? The name sparked a faint recognition, like a word on the tip of my tongue, but nothing more. 3 weeks in, I could function normally in this life. I knew where everything was in our house. I remembered inside jokes with Michael. I could do my job without having to pretend I knew what I was doing. This life was becoming my only reality. But at odd moments, grief would hit me out of nowhere. I'd be washing dishes and suddenly be overwhelmed by a sense of loss so profound it would take my breath away. I was mourning someone I could barely remember. 4 months after that morning, I found myself genuinely laughing at one of Michael's jokes. I realized I loved him, not as a stranger I was forced to live with, but as my husband. The guilt was immediate and crushing. How could I love him when just months ago I had loved someone else with my whole heart? But that's the thing about memory. It shapes our reality. As my memories of David faded and my memories with Michael strengthened, my feelings followed suit. The heart is tethered to what the mind remembers. Today, 6 months later, David is just a name, a concept, a vague feeling of someone I once knew in a dream. I still have the notebook, though I haven't looked at it in months. I'm afraid to. Afraid it will either mean nothing to me, or worse, that it will somehow pull me back to that liminal space where I'm caught between two realities. I've researched possible explanations obsessively. Parallel universes, quantum leaps, glitches in the matrix, false memory syndrome, dissociative disorders. Nothing fits perfectly. The closest explanation I've found is something called quantum immortality. The idea that consciousness cannot experience death, so it seamlessly transitions to another reality where it continues to exist. Some believe that when we die in one reality, our consciousness jumps to the closest reality where we're still alive. Did I die in that other life? Is that why I'm here? Or was it all an elaborate dream, so real it felt like years of lived experience? I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night. Questions like, if I suddenly disappeared from this reality, would Michael grieve for me the way I grieved for David? Would he eventually forget me too? Sometimes I have this irrational fear that I'll wake up in yet another life, with neither David nor Michael, forced to start the process of forgetting all over again. That fear keeps me from fully committing to this reality, even as I live in it day after day. Last night, I had a moment that shook me to my core. Michael and I were watching a documentary, ironically about parallel universes, when the narrator mentioned something called quantum entanglement. Michael turned to me and said, "Reminds me of that theory you told me about years ago. The one about consciousness jumping between realities." I froze. I had never discussed these theories with Michael. At least, not in this reality. When did I tell you about that? I asked carefully. He looked puzzled. I don't know, back in college, during one of our late-night philosophy debates? I nodded and pretended to remember, but inside I was reeling. Was this a coincidence? A bleed through between realities? Or had I indeed discussed these theories with him in this life and simply forgotten? The lines between my realities are blurring. Sometimes I catch myself expecting to see blue shutters when I come home, only to remember we live in an apartment with no shutters at all. Sometimes I reach for Michael in my sleep and am momentarily surprised by the feel of him, as if my body was expecting someone else. I've come to accept that I may never know what happened to me. Was it a psychological break, a brief window into a parallel universe, a past life bleeding through, a glitch in reality itself? All I know is that a life I lived, years of joy, pain, love, and mundane moments, has been erased, leaving only the faintest echo. A life with a man named David, whose face I can no longer recall, in a house with blue shutters I can no longer visualize. I still wonder if he's out there somewhere, in another version of reality, wondering what happened to me. I wonder if he woke up one morning to find me gone, replaced by someone else. I wonder if he's forgotten me too. These thoughts keep me awake at night, staring at the ceiling, while Michael sleeps peacefully beside me. I've built a good life here. I love Michael, truly, deeply love him. But there's always that question, that doubt. Is this where I belong? Last week I almost threw away the notebook. I had it in my hand over the trash can, ready to let go of the last tangible connection to that other life. But I couldn't do it. Not yet. Maybe someday, but not yet. For now, I live in this reality. I go to work, I love my husband, I plan for the future. But a part of me will always wonder about the man with the now faceless name and the life that disappeared like footprints in the sand, washed away by an ocean of new memories. And sometimes, in the moments between waking and sleeping, I whisper into the darkness, I hope you're okay wherever you are. Because even though I can barely remember him now, I know that once, in another life, I loved him enough that losing him broke me. I still can't explain what happened to me last year on Blobhain. I've tried to make sense of it for months now, talked to a few close friends, researched similar experiences online, but nothing adds up. I'm not a superstitious person. I'm an engineer by trade, logical to a fault according to my wife. But what happened on that mountain defies any rational explanation I can come up with. It was early October, and I had 3 days left on my solo hiking trip to the Isle of Skye in Scotland. The weather had been surprisingly cooperative the first week, unusual for the Highlands in autumn. I'd saved Blobhain, or Blaven as some call it, for when I felt acclimatized to the terrain. At 3,045 feet, it's not the tallest on Skye, but the views are supposedly unmatched, and the route is known to be challenging in places. I set out around 7:30 that morning from the small car park near Loch Slappen. The air was crisp, maybe 45 degrees, with high clouds and decent visibility. I was well equipped, proper hiking boots, layered clothing, rain shell, first aid kit, plenty of water, high-calorie snacks, map, compass, and my trusty walking sticks that had accompanied me on dozens of hikes across 3 continents. The first hour went smoothly. The trail was well marked, gradually ascending through heather and rocky outcrops. I passed 2 hikers heading down who mentioned they'd turned back due to strengthening winds near the top. I thanked them but decided to continue. I've hiked in worse conditions, and the forecast had suggested the weather would hold until evening. By 10 a.m., I'd reached the point where the real climbing begins. The path disappeared in places, replaced by cairns marking the way up increasingly steep terrain. The wind had indeed picked up, occasionally gusting strongly enough that I had to brace myself. Nothing too concerning yet, but definitely something to monitor. Around 11:30, I reached a section where the route narrows considerably, with a steep drop to the right. The cloud cover had descended, limiting visibility to maybe 150 feet, but I could still make out enough of the route ahead. I remember checking my phone, no service of course, and noting that I was roughly 400 vertical feet from the summit. The rock was damp in places from earlier rainfall, requiring careful footing. It was in this section that I first got that strange feeling, the one hikers sometimes get when the mountain doesn't want you there. It wasn't rational, just a vague unease that kept growing stronger. The wind had become forceful enough that I could hear it howling around the rock formations above me. Still, I pressed on. The summit was close, and I'm embarrassingly stubborn about reaching objectives once I set my mind to them. At approximately 12:15, I remember checking my watch. I reached a particularly tricky section where the path, if you could call it that, required using hands to pull yourself up over a series of large boulders. The rocks were stacked almost like giant steps, each one between 3 to 5 feet high. The wind was now strong enough that I had to shout to hear myself. The cloud had thickened further, creating an eerie, isolated atmosphere. I came to a particularly challenging spot where I needed to climb up onto a flat ledge about 4 feet above the path. The ledge was part of a larger rock formation that extended upward another 20 feet or so. Above that, I could make out the silhouettes of several massive boulders, likely deposited there by ancient glaciers. They appeared precariously balanced, but they'd obviously been there for thousands of years, so I didn't give them much thought. I carefully set my walking sticks down on the path, leaning them against the rock face so they wouldn't blow away. I needed both hands free for this climb. I remember gripping the edge of the ledge, testing it for stability, then pulling myself up using my upper body strength. As I got my knees onto the ledge, I felt a strange vibration through the rock. At first, I thought it might be an optical illusion caused by my exertion, but then I heard it, a deep, grinding sound that seemed to come from the mountain itself. I looked up and saw movement. The boulders above me, massive things that must have weighed tons each, were shifting. It happened both in slow motion and incredibly fast. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I die. There was nowhere to go. The ledge I was on had no cover, and I couldn't possibly scramble back down in time. The grinding noise grew louder as the first boulder dislodged completely. And then, this is the part I can't explain. I have no memory of moving, no recollection of jumping, rolling, or taking any action whatsoever. 1 second, I was frozen on that ledge watching death tumble toward me. The next instant, and I mean literally the next fraction of a second, I was standing on a grassy patch about 30 feet to the left of where I'd been. I hadn't seen this grassy area before. It wasn't part of the path I'd been following. It was almost as if it materialized simultaneously with my appearance there. I stood there, heart pounding, as the boulders crashed down precisely where I had been. The sound was deafening, a series of booms and cracks as rock smashed against rock. A cloud of dust and small debris rose up, momentarily reducing visibility even further. When it cleared enough for me to see, I noticed my walking sticks were gone, buried under tons of freshly fallen rock exactly where I should have been standing. The entire ledge I had been climbing onto had been obliterated. I stood there shaking, not from the cold, but from shock. An icy sensation ran through my entire body that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was as if my body remembered something my mind couldn't access, the distinct physical memory of being crushed. I felt phantom pain across my chest and back, and for a moment I couldn't breathe, as if my lungs had been compressed. What happened next is equally difficult to explain. As I stood there trying to process what had occurred, I experienced a bizarre doubling of perception. On one level, I was there on the mountain, alive and unharmed, but simultaneously, I could somehow sense another reality, one where I hadn't moved in time. I could feel the weight of the boulders on my body. I could sense the brief flash of pain before darkness. I could even, somehow, perceive the aftermath, my body being discovered days later, the news reaching my family, the funeral. It wasn't a vision or a hallucination. It was more like remembering something that had actually happened to me, except it clearly hadn't, or at least not in this reality. The sensation lasted perhaps 15 seconds before fading, leaving me gasping and nauseated. I sat down hard on the damp grass, hyperventilating. My mind raced through explanations. Maybe I'd moved automatically, some survival instinct kicking in faster than conscious thought could record. But I know my own physical capabilities. There's no way I could have covered that distance that quickly, especially not over such difficult terrain. The grassy patch where I found myself would have required climbing down, traversing a section of loose scree, and then climbing up again, a journey of at least 30 to 45 seconds, not a split second. After several minutes of sitting there in shock, I decided I needed to get off the mountain immediately. The rockfall had been massive enough that the trail I'd been following was now completely blocked. I would need to find another way down. I made my way carefully along the grassy section, which connected to a narrow goat path that eventually rejoined the main trail lower down. My progress was slow. I was shaken and now without my walking sticks. The wind continued to howl, and I felt exposed and vulnerable in a way I never had before on a mountain. As I descended, I kept replaying those moments in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. Had I blacked out? Had the fear distorted my perception of time? Was it some kind of seizure that created a false memory? None of these explained how I'd covered that distance or why I'd experienced that bizarre doubling of perception. About halfway down, I encountered a group of 3 hikers heading up. I warned them about the rockfall and suggested they turn back. I must have looked terrible because they seemed genuinely concerned and offered me some of their water and a chocolate bar. I realized then that I was severely dehydrated and probably in shock. One of them, a woman with medical training, checked my pupils and asked me questions to ensure I wasn't concussed. I didn't tell them about the inexplicable teleportation or the dual reality experience, just that I'd narrowly avoided being caught in a rock slide. I made it back to my car around 3:30 p.m. My legs were shaking so badly I had to sit in the driver's seat for nearly an hour before I felt capable of driving. I checked myself thoroughly for injuries and found nothing beyond the usual scrapes and bruises from a difficult hike. Physically, I was fine. Mentally, I was unraveling. That night at my B&B, I couldn't sleep. I kept experiencing that same doubling of perception, brief flashes where I could somehow sense that other reality where I hadn't survived. It wasn't like dreaming or imagining. It felt like actually remembering events that had happened to me, even though they couldn't possibly have. The next morning, I drove to the nearest hospital and had myself checked out. The doctor found nothing physically wrong with me, but suggested I might be experiencing some form of PTSD from the near-death experience. He prescribed a mild sedative and recommended I speak to a mental health professional when I returned home. I cut my trip short and flew home 2 days later. In the months since, I've tried to make sense of what happened. I've researched quantum physics theories about parallel universes and the many worlds interpretation. I've read accounts of people who claim to have experienced reality shifts, or what some call quantum immortality. The idea that consciousness cannot experience its own death and instead shifts to a parallel reality where it survives. It sounds absurd when I write it out like this, but what if I did die on that mountain? What if, in the most probable outcome, those boulders crushed me instantly and my wife received that dreaded phone call from Scottish authorities? What if somehow my consciousness shifted to this improbable reality, where I happened to be standing in exactly the right place at exactly the right time? The strangest part is how this experience has affected my life since then. I look at my children, including my youngest, who was born 5 months after the incident, and think, in the most likely version of events, I never would have met her. I wouldn't be here to see my son's first steps or help my daughter with her science project. It's given me an appreciation for life that borders on obsession. Every moment feels like borrowed time. I still have episodes where I briefly sense that other reality. They're becoming less frequent, but no less disturbing. Sometimes I'll be doing something completely mundane, washing dishes or driving to work, and suddenly I'll feel that same icy sensation and briefly perceive that other timeline where my story ended on that Scottish mountain. I haven't told many people about this. My wife knows something happened that deeply affected me, but I've spared her the details. How do you tell someone you love that you're pretty sure you died, and somehow your consciousness jumped tracks to a reality where you survived? I don't expect anyone to believe this or to offer explanations that make sense. I'm still looking for those myself. All I know is that something impossible happened to me on Blah Bean that day, and I'm still trying to understand what it means for everything I thought I knew about reality, consciousness, and death. I still get goosebumps thinking about this. I've never really told the full story to anyone besides my closest friends, because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for years. So the first incident happened when I was 15, almost 16. Back then, my friends and I had this place we called The Spot. It was this huge sand dune that overlooked the ocean in our part of Florida. Not exactly a legal hangout spot, but that was part of the appeal. We'd have to walk maybe half a mile down the beach to get there, past all these condos and stuff. The dune was perfect, high enough that adults couldn't see us easily, but with this amazing view of the ocean. This particular night, it was just me and my best friend Jess. We'd snuck out around 10 p.m., which was our usual routine. Parents asleep, slip out the window, meet at the corner, and head to the beach. We were smoking cigarettes on the way. Yeah, I know, typical teenage rebellion. And it was a clear night with this huge moon reflecting off the water. We were about halfway to the dune when I noticed these 3 condos on our right. They stuck out because they were arranged weirdly. 2 tall ones with this shorter one squeezed between them, and they had these distinctive blue lights along their balconies. I remember pointing them out to Jess because they looked like some weird face in the dark. At the same time, I looked left toward the water and saw this heron just standing there on one leg in the shallow water. What made it really stand out was there was a small plane flying behind it, probably heading to the regional airport. The plane's lights made this perfect frame around the bird. I even said something like, "Check out that perfect timing," to Jess. We kept walking, talking about some drama at school. About 5 minutes later, I got this weird feeling. On our right were the exact same 3 condos with the blue lights. I mean exact same. And when I looked left, there was the heron still standing on one leg with the same damn plane flying behind it in the exact same position. I stopped walking. Jess, didn't we just pass these same buildings? She looked confused for a second, then looked at the heron. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that the same bird we just saw? We both kind of laughed it off and kept going. Maybe we were just confused or not paying attention. But 5 minutes later, it happened again. Same 3 condos, same bird, same plane, frozen in the exact same positions. Now we were both freaked out. What the hell? Jess whispered. We stopped and looked around. Everything else seemed normal, waves crashing, distant lights from houses further up the beach. But somehow, we had just experienced the same exact chunk of beach 3 times. We kept going, both of us quiet now, and sure enough, 5 minutes later, same condos, same bird, same plane. This happened 5 times total. The 5th time, we both stopped, and Jess grabbed my arm. Her hand was shaking. Cass, this isn't right. Something's wrong. We turned around and looked back the way we came. That's when it hit me how messed up this really was. We could see the lights of those 3 distinctive condos way in the distance, like easily a mile or more away. But we had just passed them, multiple times, without getting any closer to our destination. We should have covered at least 2 miles of beach by this point. But somehow we'd been walking through the same section over and over without moving forward. When we turned back around to continue toward the dune, suddenly the scenery changed. The condos were gone, replaced by the stretch of beach houses that should have been there. The heron was gone too. It was like whatever loop we'd been caught in just released us. We made it to the dune that night, but we were both so freaked out we barely talked. We just sat there, chain-smoking and staring at the ocean. On the way back, everything was normal. No repeating scenery, no strange loops. We talked about it for weeks afterward. Jess swore we had been drugged somehow, but we hadn't taken anything or even had alcohol that night. I started keeping track of strange phenomena, even made a little journal, but nothing else happened, and eventually it became just a weird story from our teenage years. Until 5 years later. I was 21, living in New Smyrna Beach. There was this new restaurant that had opened up called The Spot on Canal Street. Nothing fancy, just a decent breakfast place with good coffee. I'd eaten there maybe 4 or 5 times since it opened. The location was really clear in my mind. It was on the right side at the front of Canal Street if you're coming from the bridge. One morning, I was driving down Canal with my boyfriend Mark to grab breakfast. As we were approaching the street, I glanced to my left and saw the Spot restaurant at the far end of the street. I did a double take because I knew it was supposed to be at the front right of the street. When did they move the Spot to the end of the street? I asked Mark. He looked at me like I was speaking another language. What are you talking about? The Spot, the breakfast place. It's down at the end of the street now. He shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about, Cass. Are you serious? We've eaten there like 3 times together. He just shrugged and said he didn't remember any place called The Spot. I figured he was just being forgetful, so I said, whatever, let's just drive down there and I'll show you. We drove to the end of the street where I had just seen the restaurant, but it wasn't there. Instead, there was just some old vacant buildings that looked like they hadn't been occupied in years. I was completely confused. Let's loop around to the front of the street again, I told him. I know it's there. We drove back to the entrance of Canal Street, and sure enough, there was the Spot, exactly where I originally remembered it, on the right side at the beginning of the street. The sign was there. People were going in and out. It was completely normal. There, see? I pointed. Mark looked where I was pointing and nodded. Oh, that place. Yeah, we've been there before. I was relieved for about 2 seconds before I realized what was happening. Wait, you just said you didn't know what I was talking about. And he looked at me with this completely blank expression and said, No, I didn't. What are you talking about? That cold feeling I had on the beach 5 years earlier came rushing back. He had no memory of the conversation we'd just had, not even a minute ago. Mark, I just told you I saw the spot at the end of the street, and you said you didn't know what I was talking about. He laughed, but I could tell he was getting annoyed. Cass, you're being weird. You didn't say anything about seeing it at the end of the street. You just pointed it out right now. I insisted we drive back to the end of the street so I could show him where I'd seen the second spot. He reluctantly agreed, probably just to humor me. But when we got there, it was just the same empty buildings I'd seen the second time. No restaurant, nothing that could even be mistaken for a restaurant. I made him drive up and down Canal Street 2 more times, looking for the second spot, but it was gone. Like it had never existed. And Mark had absolutely no memory of our conversation about it. What freaks me out the most is the connection between these 2 incidents. Both involved places called the spot. Both involved this weird loop where reality seemed to glitch. In the first one, physical space repeated itself. In the second, it was like my perception of reality split from everyone else's, then snapped back. I've spent years trying to find scientific explanations. Maybe the beach thing was some weird atmospheric condition that caused a mirage. Maybe the restaurant thing was a brief dissociative episode. But neither explanation feels right. What if these weren't random glitches? What if there's something about places called the spot in my life that somehow, I don't know, thin the barriers between realities? What if, for brief moments, I'm slipping between parallel versions of the world? The thing that scares me most is wondering when it's going to happen again. Because twice feels like more than coincidence, and if there's a pattern, there's going to be a third time. Sometimes I catch myself avoiding places or businesses with spot in the name. I haven't been back to that beach dune in years. I know how crazy this all sounds, but I know what I experienced. Jess confirms the beach incident happened exactly as I remember it. The only person who could verify the restaurant incident has no memory of half of it. I still live in Florida, and sometimes when I'm driving along the beach, I'll see a heron standing in the water, and my heart will skip a beat. I'll watch it carefully, waiting to see if I pass it again 5 minutes later. So far, it hasn't happened. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever caused these glitches isn't done with me yet. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? Places where reality seems to fold in on itself? Or am I really losing my mind? The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead as I approached the small convenience store attached to the pumps. Through the grimy windows, I could make out a lone figure behind the counter. I pushed open the door, wincing at the shrill chime that announced my presence. The stench hit me immediately, a nauseating mix of rotting meat and stale cigarettes that made my stomach churn. I fought the urge to gag as I cautiously made my way towards the register. The clerk stood motionless, his back to me. "Excuse me," I called out hesitantly. "I need to pay for some gas." Slowly, the man turned to face me. My blood ran cold. His eyes were glassy and unfocused, darting erratically around the room. An unsettling grin stretched across his gaunt face as he began mumbling under his breath. Fresh meat. The harvest is bountiful tonight." I took an involuntary step back, my heart pounding. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was frozen in place. The clerk's twitching intensified as he fixed his gaze on me, that horrific smile growing wider. "You'll do nicely," he rasped, reaching a bony hand towards me. So plump and juicy. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a display of snacks. The clattering seemed to snap me out of my daze, and I bolted for the door. But the clerk was faster than I expected. His fingers grazed the back of my jacket as I wrenched the door open and sprinted into the night. The gravel crunched under my feet as I raced towards my car. I could hear the clerk's uneven footsteps and ragged breathing behind me, getting closer with each passing second. Frantically, I fumbled for my keys. Just as I reached for the door handle, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I screamed and whirled around, lashing out blindly. My fist connected with something solid, and I heard a sickening crunch. The clerk stumbled back, blood gushing from his now crooked nose. I seized the opportunity and dove into my car, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the clerk slammed into the driver's side window. His bloodied face pressed against the glass, teeth bared in a feral snarl. I threw the car into reverse and stomped on the gas. The tires squealed as I peeled out of the lot, nearly hitting one of the pumps in my haste to escape. In my rearview mirror, I could see the clerk chasing after me on foot, moving with an unnatural speed. My hands shook as I sped down the highway, constantly checking behind me to make sure I wasn't being followed. It wasn't until I had put several miles between myself and that nightmarish gas station that I finally allowed myself to breathe. As the adrenaline faded, the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. What the hell was wrong with that clerk? The way he moved, the things he said, it was like something out of a horror movie. And that smell, I gagged at the memory. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? I had no proof, and my story sounded insane even to my own ears. Who would believe me? It wasn't until I reached the next town that I finally pulled over, my nerves shot. As I sat there trying to calm down, a news alert popped up on my phone. My blood ran cold as I read the headline, "Serial Killer Escapes from Nearby Mental Hospital." With trembling fingers, I scrolled through the article. A dangerous patient had overpowered a guard and escaped earlier that evening. He was known for stalking remote areas and, my stomach lurched, cannibalizing his victims. The grainy mugshot at the bottom of the page confirmed my worst fears. It was him, the clerk from the gas station. I immediately called 911, my words tumbling out in a frantic rush as I recounted my experience. The dispatcher assured me that units were already searching the area and urged me to come to the station to give a formal statement. As I drove to the police station, my mind raced. How close had I come to becoming another victim? The memory of his touch, his sickening words, made my skin crawl. I knew I would be haunted by this night for a long time to come. At the station, I gave my statement to a sympathetic detective. She informed me that based on my information, they were sending additional units to search the gas station and surrounding area. I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear as I recounted every chilling detail. Hours later, utterly exhausted, I checked into a motel for the night. Sleep eluded me as I replayed the terrifying encounter over and over in my mind. Every sound made me jump, convinced that somehow he had found me. It wasn't until the next afternoon that I got an update from the detective. They had searched the gas station but found no sign of the escaped killer. However, they did discover something disturbing in a hidden room behind the store, decomposing human remains. I felt sick as the detective explained that it appeared the killer had been using the remote location as a base of operations for weeks, luring in unsuspecting travelers. If I hadn't managed to escape, I shuddered at the thought. In the days that followed, I struggled to process what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, filled with glassy eyes and the stench of decay. I jumped at every shadow, convinced that at any moment he would appear to finish what he started. The police never managed to locate the escaped killer. Despite an extensive manhunt, he seemed to have vanished into thin air. The idea that he was still out there, possibly targeting other innocent people, filled me with dread. I found myself obsessively checking the news, searching for any updates or sightings. But as the weeks passed with no new information, my anxiety slowly began to fade. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I had truly escaped. Looking back now, I still can't fully explain what happened that night. Was it simply a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time? Or was there something more sinister at play? The memory of his inhuman movements and that horrific smile still send chills down my spine. I've since moved to a new city, desperate for a fresh start, but I can never shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I swear I catch a glimpse of a gaunt figure with glassy eyes, and on quiet nights I can almost hear that raspy voice whispering, "Fresh meat." I know it's probably just paranoia, my mind playing tricks on me, but a part of me wonders, did I truly escape that night? Or am I just living on borrowed time, waiting for the day he finally catches up to me? One thing's for certain, I'll never stop at another remote gas station again. The risk is simply too great. So if you find yourself on a lonely stretch of highway late at night, think twice before pulling over. You never know what kind of nightmares might be waiting for you in the darkness. The road was winding and narrow, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass. Tall trees loomed on either side, their branches creating an eerie canopy overhead that blocked out most of the moonlight. I had my high beams on, but they didn't do much to penetrate the inky blackness beyond the first few feet in front of my car. I was about halfway through the forest when I saw something up ahead that made my blood run cold. There were dark figures standing in the middle of the road, completely blocking the way forward. As I got closer, I could make out that they were wearing creepy masks, like something out of a horror movie. My first instinct was to slam on the brakes, but I was afraid of skidding on the wet leaves covering the road. I eased off the gas instead, hoping maybe they would move out of the way. But they didn't budge an inch. Heart pounding, I came to a stop about 20 feet away from them. There were 4 of them, all wearing different grotesque masks that obscured their entire faces. One had what looked like a demon mask, another a witch, the third some kind of twisted clown, and the last one a skull. For a few agonizing seconds, we just stared at each other in silence. I was paralyzed with fear, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. A million thoughts raced through my head. Who were these people? What did they want? Should I try to reverse and get out of there? Before I could make a move, the one in the demon mask stepped forward and gestured for me to roll down my window. Every instinct screamed at me not to, but I was terrified of angering them. With a shaking hand, I lowered the window a few inches. "Turn off your engine and get out of the car," the demon-masked figure said in a low, menacing voice. Why? What do you want?" I stammered. "Do it now, or we'll smash your windows and drag you out," he growled. I knew I was in serious trouble. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare, but they had me completely boxed in. Even if I tried to reverse, the road was so narrow, I'd likely end up in a ditch before I could turn around. Trembling, I turned off the engine. The silence of the forest suddenly felt deafening. I could hear my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Phone and wallet, now. The clown-masked one had approached my window and was holding out a gloved hand. I fumbled in my pockets, my fingers feeling numb and clumsy. I handed over my phone and wallet, praying they would just take them and leave. But of course it wasn't going to be that easy. "Get out," the demon mask repeated. Tears pricked at my eyes as I slowly opened the door. My legs felt like jelly as I stood up. The masked figures surrounded me, silent and menacing. I'd never felt so small and vulnerable in my life. "On your knees," the skull mask ordered. I hesitated for a split second, which earned me a hard shove that sent me sprawling onto the wet ground. Leaves and twigs dug into my palms and knees. "Please," I begged, my voice breaking. "I don't have anything else. Just take my car and let me go." The witch mask leaned down, getting right in my face. Even in the darkness, I could see their eyes glinting coldly through the eye holes of the mask. "Oh, we're just getting started," they said in a voice that made my skin crawl. For the next hour, though it felt like an eternity, they toyed with me like a cat playing with a mouse. They never actually hurt me physically, but the psychological torment was unbearable. They'd circle around me, sometimes getting uncomfortably close, other times disappearing into the woods, only to suddenly reappear. They asked me deeply personal questions about my family, my fears, my deepest secrets. When I hesitated or tried to lie, they seemed to know and would punish me with terrifying mind games. At one point, the demon mask produced a wicked-looking knife and spent several long minutes sharpening it right next to my ear while describing in vivid detail how they could use it on me. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears and snot running down my face. I'd never been so scared in my life. I truly believed I was going to die out there in those dark woods. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, something changed. The masked figures all froze, like they were listening to something I couldn't hear. Then, without a word, they melted back into the forest and vanished. I stayed there on my knees for several long minutes, afraid to move in case it was another trick. But the forest remained silent and still. Eventually, I staggered to my feet and stumbled back to my car. My phone and wallet were sitting on the hood. With trembling hands, I grabbed them and got back in the car. It took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. As soon as the engine roared to life, I slammed it into drive and got the hell out of there as fast as I could. I didn't stop driving until I reached the campus police station. I burst in, still shaking and crying, and tried to explain what had happened. They took my statement and sent out patrols. But of course they found nothing. To this day, I don't know who those masked people were or what they really wanted. Were they just sadistic thrill seekers who got off on terrorizing random drivers? Was it some kind of bizarre initiation ritual for a secret society? Or something even darker that I can't begin to comprehend? All I know is that the experience changed me forever. I have terrible nightmares and panic attacks. I can't be alone in the dark anymore. And I sure as hell never take shortcuts through the forest, no matter how much time it might save. Some risks just aren't worth taking. I've tried to tell myself that maybe it was all some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know it wasn't. The terror I felt that night was all too real. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I swear I can still hear the rustle of leaves and see those blank mask eyes staring at me from the shadows. About halfway through my journey, I came around a sharp bend and saw a car pulled over on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. As I got closer, I could make out the figure of a woman waving her arms frantically. My first instinct was to keep driving. It was late, I was alone, and this stretch of road gave me the creeps. But I couldn't just leave someone stranded out here in the middle of nowhere. What if she was in real trouble? I slowed down and pulled over about 20 feet behind her car. As I put my hazards on, I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. "You're just being paranoid," I told myself. "She probably just has a flat tire or ran out of gas." I grabbed my phone and stepped out of the car, keeping my keys in my hand. As I approached, I could see the woman more clearly. She looked to be in her mid-30s, with long, dark hair and a pretty face etched with distress. She was wearing jeans and a light jacket, not exactly prepared for a nighttime breakdown. "Oh, thank God," she exclaimed as I got closer. "I've been out here for hours, and you're the first car that stopped. My car just died on me, and I have no cell service. Can you please call for a tow truck?" Her story seemed plausible enough, but something still felt off. Why was she standing so far from her car? And was that movement I saw in the back seat? Before I could process these thoughts, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. The world went fuzzy and started to spin. As I crumpled to the ground, the last thing I saw was the woman's face, no longer distraught, but wearing a cold, cruel smile. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I came to, my head was throbbing and I couldn't see anything. It took me a moment to realize I had a hood over my head. My hands were bound behind my back, and I could feel the vibrations of a moving vehicle. Panic set in as the reality of my situation became clear. I had been kidnapped. I tried to stay calm and assess my surroundings. I was lying on what felt like the floor of a van or SUV. The air was stuffy and smelled of cigarette smoke. I could hear at least 2 voices speaking in low tones, but couldn't make out what they were saying. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. The woman by the road must have been working with someone else. While she distracted me, her partner snuck up and knocked me out. But why? Were they going to rob me, hold me for ransom, or something even worse? I don't know how long we drove for. It felt like hours, but time loses all meaning when you're blindfolded in the back of a kidnapper's vehicle. Eventually, I felt the car slow down and turn onto what seemed like a dirt road. The ride got bumpier, and I was tossed around painfully. When we finally came to a stop, I heard car doors opening and footsteps approaching. Rough hands grabbed me and hauled me to my feet. I was dizzy and disoriented as they dragged me out of the vehicle. The hood was still on, but I could tell we were outside from the cool night air on my skin. "Walk," a gruff male voice commanded, shoving me forward. I stumbled blindly, my captors guiding me none too gently. After what felt like about 50 yards, we stopped, and I heard the creak of a heavy door opening. They pushed me inside and forced me down into a chair. My ankles were bound to the legs, and the hood was finally yanked off. I blinked rapidly, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light. As my vision cleared, I took in my surroundings with growing horror. I was in some kind of abandoned warehouse or factory. Dusty machinery and broken crates were scattered about. The windows were boarded up, and the only light came from a few bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. And there, standing before me, were my kidnappers. The woman from the road stood off to the side, looking bored as she scrolled through a phone. My phone, I realized with a jolt. Next to her was a huge, muscular man with a shaved head and a face like a pit bull. But it was the third person who drew my attention and made my blood run cold. He was average height and build, dressed all in black, but his face was covered by a white mask with crudely painted features. The empty black eyes bored into me as he stepped forward. Well, "Looks like our little mouse is finally awake," he said, his voice muffled slightly by the mask. "Did you have a nice nap?" I wanted to say something defiant, to demand they let me go, but my throat was dry with fear, and all that came out was a strangled whimper. The masked man chuckled. "Oh, come now, no need to be scared. We're all friends here. Well, maybe not friends exactly. More like business associates. You see, you're going to help us with a little project of ours." He turned to the woman. "Anything useful on his phone?" She shook her head. "Nah, just the usual crap. No banking apps or anything good." "Shame," the masked man sighed. He faced me again. "Well, my friend, it seems you're not going to be as valuable as we hoped. But don't worry, I'm sure we can still find a use for you." The way he said it made my skin crawl. What were they planning to do with me? I struggled against my bonds, but they were tied too tightly. Now, none of that," the masked man tutted. He pulled out a wickedly sharp knife and held it up to the light. "We wouldn't want there to be any accidents." I froze, my eyes locked on the gleaming blade. The man laughed and used it to slowly cut away my shirt, the cold metal dragging across my skin. I flinched each time it nicked me, drawing tiny beads of blood. "You know, I always enjoy this part," he mused as he worked. "The fear in their eyes, the trembling, the pleading. It's intoxicating, but you're being awfully quiet. Cat got your tongue?" I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "Please," I managed to croak out. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear." The masked man paused, tilting his head as if considering my words. For a brief moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Then he burst out laughing. "Oh, that's rich," he cackled, "as if we'd just let you waltz out of here. No, I'm afraid you're stuck with us for the duration, however long that may be." He finished cutting away my shirt and stepped back to admire his handiwork. I sat there shivering, my chest covered in small cuts and streaks of blood. The masked man nodded approvingly. Not bad at all," he murmured. "But I think we can do better, don't you?" He turned to his companions. "What do you say we have a little fun with our new friend here?" The big man cracked his knuckles and grinned menacingly. The woman just shrugged, looking bored. "Whatever, just don't make too much of a mess. I'm not cleaning it up this time." As they advanced on me, I closed my eyes and silently prayed for a miracle. I didn't know if I would survive the night, but I knew that whatever happened, I would never be the same. The next few hours were a blur of pain and terror. They took turns torturing me, each with their own sick methods. The masked man seemed to favor his knife, carving intricate patterns into my skin. The big guy preferred his fists, pummeling me until I could barely breathe. Even the woman got in on it, burning me with cigarettes and whispering horrible things in my ear. Through it all, I tried to retreat into my mind, to distance myself from what was happening to my body. I thought of my family, my friends, all the things I wished I had said and done. I resigned myself to the fact that I was probably going to die in this hellhole. But then something changed. Maybe they got bored, or maybe they had other victims to attend to. Whatever the reason, they eventually left me alone, slumped in the chair and drifting in and out of consciousness. I don't know how long I sat there in the dark. Hours, probably, though it felt like days. My entire body ached, and I was weak from blood loss and dehydration. But slowly, painfully, my mind began to clear, and with that clarity came a fierce determination to survive. I started working at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the ropes cut into my raw wrists. It was slow going, but eventually I felt them start to loosen. Hope surged through me, giving me renewed energy. Just as I managed to slip one hand free, I heard footsteps approaching. Panic gripped me. If they caught me trying to escape, I didn't want to imagine what they'd do. I held perfectly still, my free hand hidden behind my back. The door creaked open and the woman sauntered in, lighting a cigarette. She glanced at me dismissively before turning her back to fiddle with something on a nearby table. This was my chance. Summoning every ounce of strength I had left, I lunged forward. The chair toppled and I crashed into her, sending us both sprawling. She let out a startled shriek as we grappled on the floor. Despite my injuries, adrenaline and desperation gave me the edge. I managed to get on top of her, pinning her down. "Where are the keys?" I growled, my hands around her throat. Her eyes went wide with fear as she realized the tables had turned. She gestured weakly towards the table. I scrambled over and found a ring of keys. After a frantic moment, I located the one for my ankle restraints and freed myself. The woman was starting to get up, so I grabbed a piece of broken machinery and brought it down on her head. She crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Heart pounding, I crept to the door and peered out. The warehouse seemed deserted. The others must have gone somewhere. This might be my only chance. I made my way through the building as quickly and quietly as I could, jumping at every shadow. When I finally found an exit, I almost cried with relief. I burst out into the cool night air, gulping it down like a drowning man. In the distance, I could see lights, a town or city of some kind. Freedom and safety were within reach. I took off running, ignoring the pain that flared with every step. I didn't know how long I had before they realized I was gone, but I wasn't going to waste a second. As I ran, the horrors of the past day began to fade like a bad dream. All that mattered now was putting as much distance between me and that warehouse as possible. I knew I would be forever changed by what had happened to me, but in that moment, with the wind on my face and hope in my heart, I felt truly alive. I don't know how long I ran for. My legs were on fire and my lungs felt like they would burst, but I didn't dare stop. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapping twig made me flinch, certain my captors were right behind me. But slowly, steadily, the lights grew closer. As I neared the outskirts of what I now saw was a small town, my adrenaline began to fade. The full extent of my injuries hit me like a truck, and I stumbled, nearly falling. But I forced myself to keep moving. I was so close I couldn't give up now. I staggered into town, a bloody, half-naked wreck. A few early morning joggers and dog walkers stared in shock. I must have looked like something out of a horror movie. But I didn't care about their stares. All I cared about was finding help. I spotted a gas station up ahead, its fluorescent lights a beacon of hope. With the last of my strength, I lurched towards it. As I reached the door, my legs finally gave out and I collapsed. The last thing I remember is the concerned face of the clerk leaning over me, phone in hand as he called 911. Then blessed darkness took me. I woke up in the hospital 2 days later. The police had been notified and were investigating, but I knew it was unlikely they'd find anything. My captors were clearly professionals. They would have cleared out of that warehouse long ago. As I recovered physically, I struggled to process what had happened to me. The doctors kept telling me how lucky I was to be alive, but I didn't feel lucky. I felt broken, violated in ways I couldn't even begin to describe. Nightmares plagued me every time I closed my eyes. I would wake up screaming, convinced I was back in that chair with the masked man standing over me. Even after I was released from the hospital, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every stranger on the street became a potential threat. It's been months now, and I'm still trying to put my life back together. Therapy helps, but there are some scars that will never fully heal. I jump at sudden noises and can't stand to be in dark or enclosed spaces. Driving at night is completely out of the question, but I'm alive. I survived, and every day I'm getting a little stronger. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again, but I refuse to let them win by living in fear forever. I'm sharing my story now as a warning to others. Please be careful out there. If something doesn't feel right, trust your instincts. Don't make the same mistake I did, because the monsters are real and they're closer than you think. That's when I spotted him, a lone figure on the shoulder, thumb stuck out. Against my better judgment, I decided to pull over. Maybe some conversation would help keep me alert for the last leg of my trip. As I slowed to a stop, I got a better look at the hitchhiker. He was a wiry guy, probably in his 30s, with stringy hair and a scraggly beard. His clothes were dirty and ragged. But hey, I wasn't exactly looking my Sunday best after 2 weeks on the road either. "Where are you headed?" I called out as he approached the passenger side. "Just up the road a ways," he replied with a crooked grin. "Appreciate the lift, man." I nodded and motioned for him to hop in. As he clambered up into the cab, a whiff of body odor hit me. The guy clearly hadn't showered in a while, but I'd smelled worse in my years of long-haul driving. We rode in silence for a few minutes as I focused on the road ahead. I could feel his eyes on me, studying me intently. It was starting to make me uneasy. "So, what's your name?" I asked, trying to break the tension. "Jim," he grunted. "I'm Dave. Where you coming from, Jim?" He was quiet for a moment before answering. "Nowhere special, just drifting." I nodded, unsure how to continue the conversation. The silence stretched on, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the thrum of tires on asphalt. Suddenly Jim spoke up. "Mind if I smoke?" "Sorry, man, no smoking in the cab," I replied. Company policy was strict about that. He grunted in response, clearly annoyed. I saw him fidgeting out of the corner of my eye, hands twitching restlessly. The hairs on the back of my neck started to stand up. Something wasn't right here. That's when I felt the cold metal of a gun barrel pressed against my ribs. "Pull over, now." Jim's voice was low and menacing. My heart started racing. This couldn't be happening. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just take my wallet and—" "I said pull over," he snarled, jabbing the gun harder into my side. Hands shaking, I eased the big rig onto the shoulder. My mind was reeling, trying to figure a way out of this. As soon as we came to a stop, Jim grabbed a fistful of my shirt. "Out of the truck! Move it!" I raised my hands, trying to appear non-threatening. Okay, just stay calm." As I opened the door and started to climb down, I saw my chance. I suddenly shoved backwards with all my strength, catching Jim off guard. The gun went off, the shot deafening in the enclosed cab. My ears ringing, I scrambled out of the truck and took off running into the darkness. I could hear Jim cursing and fumbling to follow. My legs were burning as I sprinted across the uneven ground, heart pounding in my chest. A shot rang out behind me, and I felt something whiz past my ear. Panic gave me an extra burst of speed as I zigzagged, trying to make myself a harder target. Up ahead I could see the glow of lights, some kind of rest stop or gas station. If I could just make it there. Another shot, this one kicking up dirt by my feet. I risked a glance back and saw Jim's shadowy form gaining on me. He was faster than he looked. Lungs burning, I pushed myself harder. The lights were getting closer, just a little further. Suddenly my foot caught on something and I went sprawling, hitting the ground hard. Before I could get up, a weight slammed into my back, driving the air from my lungs. Rough hands grabbed me, flipping me over. Jim's face loomed over me, twisted in a snarl. "Thought you could get away, huh?" He raised the gun, aiming it at my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the end. The gunshot never came. Instead, I heard a meaty thud and a grunt of pain. My eyes flew open to see Jim crumpling to the ground, a dark figure standing over him with a tire iron raised. "You okay, buddy?" a gruff voice asked. As my eyes adjusted, I saw it was another trucker, a burly guy with a thick beard. I nodded shakily, too out of breath to speak. The man reached down to help me up. "Saw you running from the highway. Figured something was wrong." Thank you," I managed to gasp out. He tried to." "I get it," the man said. "Let's get you inside and call the cops." As we walked towards the truck stop, my legs felt like jelly. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the reality of what just happened was sinking in. I'd nearly died out here on this lonely stretch of road. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police arrived to take my statement and arrest Jim, who was still unconscious when they got there. The trucker who saved me, whose name I learned was Bill, stayed with me the whole time, even bought me a cup of coffee while I gave my report. It was nearly dawn by the time everything was wrapped up. As I climbed back into my rig, still shaken but determined to finish my run, Bill clapped me on the shoulder. "Be careful out there," he said. "Never know what kind of crazies you might run into." I nodded gratefully. Believe me, I've learned my lesson. No more picking up hitchhikers. As I pulled back onto the highway, the first rays of sunlight were peeking over the horizon. I'd be more wary of strangers from now on, but I was also heartened by Bill's actions. There were still good people out there, willing to help a stranger in need. The open road stretched out before me as I settled in for the last leg of my journey. I had a newfound appreciation for the safety of my cab, and a story I'd be telling for years to come. But most of all, I was just grateful to be alive. A figure emerged from the shadows, hunched against the rain. As they approached, I could see it was a man in his 30s, wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over his face. He yanked open the back door and slid in quickly, slamming it behind him. "Hey there," I said, trying to sound cheerful despite my fatigue. "Where to tonight?" The man mumbled an address on the outskirts of town. His voice was low and gravelly, setting me on edge. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The passenger was sitting rigidly, staring straight ahead. His hands were clenched into tight fists on his knees. An uneasy feeling crept over me. In my 2 years as a rideshare driver, I'd encountered all types of passengers: drunk college kids, business people on phones, chatty tourists. But something about this guy felt off. I tried to make conversation as we drove, commenting on the nasty weather and asking if he was heading home from work. The man only grunted in response, clearly not interested in small talk. Fair enough, I thought. Some people just want a quiet ride. As we left the city center, the streets grew darker and more deserted. The rain intensified, pounding against the roof of the car. I leaned forward, squinting to see through the sheets of water cascading down the windshield. Suddenly, I felt something press against the back of my seat. Glancing in the mirror again, I saw the man had leaned forward, his face now clearly visible in the glow of a passing streetlight. His eyes were wide and wild-looking, darting back and forth. "Everything okay back there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Pull over," the man said abruptly. "Sorry, what was that?" I said, "Pull over, now." His tone left no room for argument. My heart began to race. We were on a lonely stretch of road with no other cars in sight. Panic rising in my throat, I stammered, "Sir, I can't just stop here. We're almost to your destination." Before I could finish, the man lunged forward, grabbing the steering wheel. The car swerved violently as I fought to maintain control. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, struggling against his grip. "Shut up and pull over," he snarled, his face contorted with rage. In the chaos, I didn't see the upcoming turn. We careened off the road, tires screeching as we fishtailed on the wet pavement. I slammed on the brakes, bringing us to a jolting stop inches from a ditch. The man immediately reached for the door handle, but in his frenzy, he'd forgotten to unlock it. Those precious seconds gave me a chance to react. I threw the car into drive and floored the accelerator, tires spinning in the mud before finding purchase. As we lurched forward, the man grabbed me around the neck, trying to wrench me out of my seat. I gasped for air, vision blurring as his arm tightened. With one hand on the wheel, I clawed at his grip with the other. "Stop the fucking car," he screamed in my ear. Summoning every ounce of strength, I jerked the wheel hard to the right. The sudden movement caught him off guard. His grip loosened just enough for me to suck in a desperate breath. We careened down the road, swerving erratically as I fought to stay conscious. Rain lashed against the windshield, obscuring my view. I had no idea where we were or if we were about to crash. In a last-ditch effort, I slammed on the brakes and threw the car into park. The sudden stop sent us both lurching forward. My attacker's head smacked against the back of my seat, momentarily stunning him. I seized the opportunity, fumbling to unbuckle my seatbelt with trembling hands. I threw open the driver's side door and tumbled out onto the muddy shoulder of the road. Adrenaline surging, I scrambled to my feet and took off running. I could hear the man shouting and the sound of my car door slamming behind me. My legs pumped furiously as I sprinted through the downpour, not daring to look back. After what felt like miles, I spotted lights ahead, a 24-hour gas station. I burst through the doors, startling the sleepy-looking clerk behind the counter. "Please," I gasped, "call the police. Someone tried to attack me." The next few hours passed in a blur. Police arrived to take my statement. They searched the area but found no sign of my attacker or my car. I was taken to the hospital to be checked for injuries, then spent hours at the police station filing reports. By the time I finally made it home, watery daylight was starting to break through the clouds. I collapsed into bed, utterly drained but too wired to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's crazed face lunging at me. In the days that followed, I jumped at every sound and shadow. I couldn't bring myself to drive again, let alone pick up another passenger. The police eventually located my abandoned car, but there were no fingerprints or evidence to identify the attacker. It's been months now, and I still have nightmares about that rainy night. I've left my rideshare driving days behind me. The extra cash wasn't worth the risk of encountering another unhinged stranger. Sometimes I wonder about that man, who he was, what he wanted, why he snapped. But mostly I'm just grateful I managed to escape. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't reacted when I did. To my fellow drivers out there, please stay safe. Trust your instincts if a passenger seems off. And always have an escape plan, just in case. You never know when a routine ride could turn into a nightmare. I was a social worker for over a decade, but nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I encountered on that fateful day last spring. It started as a routine check-in at a remote farmhouse, the kind of visit I'd done hundreds of times before. The Millers were a quiet family who kept to themselves, living about an hour outside of town down a long dirt road. They had 2 young children, and I was following up on some concerns raised by their school teacher. As I pulled up the gravel driveway, I immediately sensed something was off. The usually well-kept yard was overgrown, and there were no signs of activity, no laundry on the line, no toys scattered about. An eerie silence hung in the air. My stomach knotted with unease as I approached the front porch. I knocked firmly on the door, but there was no response. After a few moments, I tried the handle and found it unlocked. "Hello?" I called out as I cautiously stepped inside. "Mr. and Mrs. Miller, it's Janet from Social Services. I'm here for our scheduled visit." The scene that greeted me inside the farmhouse will haunt me for the rest of my days. The living room was in complete disarray, furniture overturned, picture frames shattered on the floor, cushions and pillows torn apart. But it was the blood that made my breath catch in my throat. Dark red splatters and smears covered the walls and hardwood floor. A lamp lay broken in a pool of crimson. My heart pounding, I ventured further into the house, calling out again with increasing desperation. The kitchen was equally chaotic. Drawers yanked open, utensils and broken dishes strewn everywhere. More blood. So much blood. What in God's name had happened here? As I entered the narrow hallway leading to the bedrooms, I heard a soft whimpering sound. Adrenaline surging, I followed the noise to a small linen closet. With trembling hands, I slowly opened the door. Curled up inside, hidden behind some old blankets, was 8-year-old Emily Miller. Her eyes were wide with terror, her clothes stained with blood. When she saw me, she let out a strangled sob and scrambled even further back into the closet. "Emily, sweetheart," I said in the gentlest voice I could muster, "it's okay. I'm here to help you. Can you come out?" She shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. I crouched down to her level, my mind racing. I needed to get her out of here and contact the authorities immediately, but I couldn't risk traumatizing her further. "Emily, I know you're very scared right now, but I promise you're safe with me. I'm going to take you somewhere safe, okay? Can you be brave and come with me?" After what felt like an eternity, she gave a tiny nod. I helped her out of the closet, my heart breaking at how she trembled. I quickly wrapped her in a clean blanket I found, trying to shield her from the horrific scene around us. As we made our way back through the house, Emily clung to me like a lifeline. I tried to focus solely on getting her to safety, but my eyes couldn't help darting around, searching for any sign of what had befallen the rest of the family. There was no trace of Mr. and Mrs. Miller or Emily's younger brother. Once outside, I buckled Emily into the back seat of my car and locked the doors. My hands shook so badly I could barely dial 911 on my cell phone. I reported what I'd found in a breathless rush, begging them to send police and an ambulance immediately. While we waited, I did my best to comfort Emily. She was nearly catatonic, staring blankly ahead and flinching at every sound. I wanted desperately to ask her what had happened, but I knew better than to question a traumatized child before the authorities arrived. Instead, I simply held her hand and assured her over and over that she was safe now. The next few hours passed in a blur. The farmhouse became a hive of activity as police, paramedics, and forensics teams swarmed the property. I gave my statement countless times, recounting every detail I could remember. Emily was taken to the hospital for evaluation, and I insisted on accompanying her. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving her alone after what she'd been through. Days turned into weeks as the investigation unfolded. Despite extensive searches, no trace was ever found of Emily's parents or brother. The house revealed no clear answers, no signs of forced entry, no murder weapons, nothing to explain the horrific scene inside. Emily herself was unable or unwilling to speak about what had happened. The trauma had locked away her memories, perhaps mercifully. I visited Emily often in the children's psychiatric facility where she was placed. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to emerge from her shell. But even as she grew more talkative and engaged, she never spoke of that terrible day or her missing family. The few times I gently tried to broach the subject, she would shut down completely. Months have passed, and the case remains unsolved. The leading theory is that Mr. Miller suffered some kind of psychotic break and attacked his family, but without bodies or any real evidence, it's all speculation. Emily has been placed with a loving foster family, and I'm hopeful that with time and extensive therapy, she'll be able to heal and have a normal life. But I can't shake the lingering questions, the sense that we're missing some crucial piece of the puzzle. What force of violence descended on that quiet farmhouse? How did Emily survive when the others vanished without a trace? And perhaps most chillingly, could it happen again? I've handled hundreds of cases in my career, seen the darker side of humanity more times than I care to count. But nothing compares to the visceral horror of walking into that blood-splattered farmhouse. It shook my faith in the order of the world, in the thin veneer of safety we all cling to. Now, when I drive down lonely country roads past isolated farmhouses, I can't help but wonder what secrets might be hiding behind those walls, what invisible terrors might be unfolding, unknown to the outside world. The Millers seemed like such a normal, unremarkable family. If it could happen to them, I try to focus on the positives, that I was able to rescue Emily, that she has a chance at a new life. But in my darkest moments, I'm haunted by the things I don't know, by the realization that sometimes there are no answers, that violence can erupt suddenly and inexplicably, leaving nothing but questions in its wake. I still do my job, still check in on at-risk families, and do my best to help. But that day changed me fundamentally. I approach every case now with an undercurrent of dread, always half expecting to open a door and find another nightmare waiting on the other side. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you can never truly know what goes on behind closed doors. That the most mundane visit can turn into unimaginable horror in the blink of an eye, and that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, leaving us to grapple with the knowledge that true evil exists in this world, senseless, unexplainable, and always lurking just out of sight.